Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Shut up!
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat. We're here to do HackerFrogs after school. This is where we learn about different cybersecurity topics, and we also do some general hacking and nerdery stuff. Because nerds are cool, and nobody can convince me otherwise. All right, so we're going to be doing 3 topics, as is per usual on these live streams, and let's talk about what we're going to be doing first, second, and third. So we've got Baba Is You. So Baba Is You is a great little game, a puzzle game that that has a lot of hacker-like interactions in it. It's a fun little system that you can play around with, and the goal of each one of these levels is to play around with the system in such a way where you can get access to win the level. And in each level, you're going to have to assign something to be the thing that lets you win the level. And we're going to be talking about how to... Oh man. I haven't gotten to anything that complicated yet. But anyways, we're going to be talking about how to solve the levels in this game, and we're going to be talking about some of the concepts in the game that that let us solve the levels. So that's going to be in the first hour of today's live stream. In the second hour of today's live stream, we're going to go to a very popular training platform, and that's Portswigger.net. And Portswigger.net is they're the creators of the Burp Suite tool. And Burp Suite is an industry standard web app security testing tool. And they also have a lot of free education labs over here that which we're going to take advantage of. And we're going to be solving some of the labs in their authentication category. So this is the link for the labs that we're going to be interacting with. So they're going to be talking about a bunch of different stuff about authentication, basically logging into web pages and web applications. So that's going to be in the second hour, and in the third hour, we're going to be challenging some new topics and that's going to be the Natas CTF game. And the Natas CTF game, let's see if I can grab a link. Overthewire. So the Natas CTF game is a CTF game that is a cybersecurity exercise where you have to take advantage of different web application vulnerabilities to solve the level and get access to the password for the next level. So we've gone up to level 26 in this game. There are a total of 34 levels, it looks like, and that means we've got about 8 levels to go before we finish the whole thing. Whether or not we're going to be able to do that all in one sitting is very doubtful, because each one of these levels are becoming more and more difficult as we go on. So that's going to be in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. If you want to take a look at the levels that we've solved so far, then let me direct you to our GitHub page over here with all of the write-ups for the levels that we've done so far. So this is the link. And they'll talk about they'll briefly go over how to solve these different levels. So just for fun, I'm going to try to log into Natas CTF level 1 just to make sure that that the passwords still work. So the problem is that the Natas CTF occasionally changes the passwords for their levels. And in that case, it'd be quite unfortunate, because we've gotten so far with all of the passwords we have here. Okay. So it looks like they haven't changed the passwords for the levels. That's good. Okay, let's go ahead and start the first topic for today. And the first topic, we're going to be going over the levels from the Baba Is You game, and we're going to be treating this like we would treat any CTF. So if you're wondering, man, I have all these GitHub pages. Oh, just a second. Okay, GitHub. Okay, so we're talking about for each one of these levels in Baba Is You, we're going to be doing a little write-up. And if you want to take a look at this walkthrough's repository for Baba Is You can do so over here. And this is for the second set of levels, which is area 1, which is called the lake. So let's go ahead and start it, and then we'll start talking about the game and how we can. Okay, so here we go, and I'm just gonna turn up the music. Okay, so the music shouldn't be too loud. It should be there, but I should be able to talk over it. Okay, so maybe that is okay. If you find the music is too loud, let us know, and then we'll adjust the volume accordingly. Okay, let's resume our game, and let's move on to the second level of this area, which is called the lake. Okay, so this is the level called Turns. Let's go ahead and access it. And oh, sorry, before we go on, if you haven't tried out Baba Is You before, and you're interested, you can try out a free version of the game over at this link over here. So this isn't necessarily the official version of the game, but it's a remake that some people made. I think it's made using JavaScript, and you can try this out before getting the actual version of the game. Or you might decide that it's not really for you. That's fine as well. I just want everybody to have access to this so that they can try it out for themselves. Okay. Anyways, let's get on with the show. All right, so this is level number 2. It's called Turns. Let's go ahead and take a look. Okay, everybody. So in this game, what we're supposed to do is we're supposed to win the level somehow. So we've got a bunch of different rules that have been formed over here, and you can see stuff like flag is win, skull is defeat, star is sink, rock is push, wall is stop, Baba is you. So in each one of these levels, one of these rules is going to be you. So you is the character that you get to control. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to form something. Some object is going to be the win object. And if something is the win object, if we move over the win object, then we win the level. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we need to do here. So we're playing as Baba, this little white creature, and Baba has to follow the rules of the level. So for example, wall is stop. That means that if we move into a wall, we're not going to be able to move past the wall because the rule is wall is stop, and we can't get access to these rules. You can move these rules around, and you can break the rules by moving the tiles out of place. So in this case, what we need to do is we need to somehow get over to this side of the screen, but there's something in the way. So there's the star and there's the skull. And if we move into the skull, it says skull is defeat, which means if we move into the skull, we're destroyed, which is obviously not good because we don't want to be destroyed. But we can always go back and undo any of our actions. And what else? So what we're going to do now is we're going to try to somehow get rid of this skull. So how can we do this? I think we're going to set up this little rule here. Star is sync, which means that if star comes into contact with an item, then both the star and the other item is going to be destroyed. And we're also going to set it up so that we can push the star around. So we're going to set up star is sync and. So and means that we can set up another condition over here. So star is sync and push. So we can push the star around. Star is sync and push. We're going to move the star into the skull, and that's going to destroy it because the star sunk the skull. So what we need to do now is we need to somehow get access to this part of the map because it's on this part of the map where the flag is, and if we touch the flag, we win. So what we can do from here is we can set up that the rule that we're both the crab and we're Baba, and we would have to make crab and Baba is you. So we're gonna have to move this and tile over here. So let's do that. So we're just gonna move this out. I need to move this crab tile up. Okay. So we're gonna move this over here, and then we're gonna go above, and we're gonna move the rule into place. After we've created this rule, we're controlling both Baba and the crab character here. So, just like this, what we want to do is we just want to move down, down, down until we get to where the flag is. Oh wait, can't quite do that. We have to, okay, from here we can move down, move the crab down because we're controlling the crab and Baba right now. And if we can move one of the characters that we control into the win condition, which is the flag, then we win. So move down, and now we've finished the level. Okay, so before we move on, let's talk about how we finish the level, because we're going to treat this a little bit like a capture the flag game, a CTF game, cybersecurity one. So what are we going to do? We're going to do a little write-up over here at GitHub. So this is the turns level. Let's do our little write-up. Okay, so the key points in this level, there is a skull blocking our way, but we can use the and keyword to form the rule, sorry. We're going to form the rule. What is the rule? The rule is going to be star is sync and let's make this text bigger. Okay, star is sync and push, which lets us push the star into the skull and destroys both objects. Okay, so the method of solve, I guess, method of solve. Let's see, destroy. Sup, sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just playing some games. We're playing some puzzle games, and we're trying to treat the puzzle game level as kind of like a CTF game and do a little write-up after it's done. So we destroyed the skull by syncing it with the star object. Then, I guess that would be number 1. Number 2 would be form the rule Crab and Baba. Oh, sorry, we should do the rules like this. Crab and Baba is you to control the crab on the outside of the map, then touch the flag to win. Awesome. Okay, let's commit these changes, and let's move on to the next level. Okay, so let's move on to level number 3. So level number 3 is called Affection. So what's going on here? Okay, so this is the first instance of the move verb over here. So move means that whatever object it's applied to is going to be moving every time we move, or if we wait. So if I move, you're going to see these kiki objects moving around, and they move around in set patterns. So they'll always move depending on which direction they're facing. So since the kiki object, this one over here, is facing to the left, it'll move to the left. If it comes to the if it collides with something else, it'll turn around and move in the opposite direction. Whoops. So what is the objective in this level? See, the objective in this level is to get to the heart over here. So the heart over here is labeled as a win condition. So it says over here in the corner, love is win, but we can't get to the heart because the algae is in the way, and it says algae is defeat. So if we move into the algae, we're destroyed, and we don't want that. So what we need to do is we need to use the kiki objects over here to move the heart out for us, because love is push. Well, love is push right now, but we can easily make it not push, and then the object is not pushable. What we're going to do is we're going to put kiki into place. We can do that by setting this rule. So the rule is going to be kiki is push. So we're going to set up kiki is push, and then we're going to disable kiki is move. So after that, kiki stops moving. We're going to move one of the kikis into facing this direction. So what we want to do is we want to have kiki push the heart out of the algae box here. And so to do that, we need to form this rule first. Love is push. And then we need to reestablish kiki is move. So now kiki will push the heart out of the algae square, and we can get access to it. So as soon as we touch the heart, then we win the level. Okay. Whoa. Yeah. Okay. There's one last thing. We can't move into the heart as long as it has the push rule applied to it. So we need to go ahead and get rid of the push rule, and then we can move into the heart and finish the level. Okay, here we go. Okay, Sick in the Mind says, neat, I'm coding up CSRF via XSS framework. That sounds much more technical than what I'm doing. But yeah, Sick in the Mind is a security tester. I think they're a web app and network security tester. And yeah, so I guess they're doing some work stuff right now. All right, so before we finish, before we go on to the next level, let's do a little write-up for this level. Okay, so over here on GitHub, this is the next level. It is the affection level. So let's go ahead and edit this. So some key points. What were the key points? So this level introduces the love object, which is a heart. And it also introduces the move the move verb. I guess the move would be, yeah, like this. So the move verb, which makes the object move from move one tile in a set direction each time we move. Okay, so how do we solve this? So first of all, we needed to set up the rules. Kiki is push, then move Kiki into place to collide with the love object after a few steps. Okay, and then number 2, set up the love is push and Kiki is move rules. So Kiki moves the love object out of the algae box. And we have access to it. Okay, and the last thing we need to do is unset the rule. Love is push, so we can actually move into the object. And that's it. Okay. Let's move on to the next level. Alright, the next level is level number 4. Okay, this is the pillar yard level. So what's happening here? So we got a lot of pillars. And it says here, pillar is push. Oh, it looks like I gotta ban a user. Okay, let's move on. So what's going on in this level? We've got a bunch of different rules. We need to pay attention to the rules each time we enter a new one. So we've got Baba is you, but this isn't completely set, because Baba is you. We can move this around, but we are Baba. We've got wall is stop, and I don't think we can unset this rule. So I guess we can't move through any of these walls. That's fine. The walls aren't really bothering us that much. So flag is win, which means we need to get access to this flag over here to win. Pillar is push. Pillar is push, so we can move the pillars around. And star is defeat. So we've got a flag that we can't get access to because we can't move through the stars. Because if we move through the stars, then we're defeated. So what we need to do here is this is what we're going to do. We can move the pillars. And we saw in a previous level that we could move the pillars, we can move objects all together and push them into a space we don't have access to, just like this. So if I move the pillars like this, then we can move them into the flag. Why are we moving them into the flag? We're moving them into the flag because we're not set to be Baba in this level. We could be other things as well. Well, there's only one other thing we could be in this level, and I think it is the pillar. So we can grab the pillar text over here, and we can move it in here to replace Baba, which means we would become the pillar. And because the pillar is already touching the flag, then that means we win. So let's demonstrate this. So over here, we're going to move the pillar text down, and when we become the pillar, because we're touching the flag, we're going to become all the pillars. So not just this pillar, but also this one, and all the other ones around. But we'll solve the level when we become the pillar, just like this. Okay, so let's do our little write-up. It shouldn't take too long, I don't think. But this is level 4, the pillar yard. Okay, so what are some key points? So the key points in this level are we need to move an object that we can become into an area we don't have access to. Thank you very much to Karo Bube. Karo Bube? Karo Boob. Karo Bube? Not sure, not sure. Let us know exactly how to pronounce your name. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. And let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about this one? This is from a very famous movie.
What are you?
I'm System Root.
Thank you very much to Karo Bube for subscribing on Twitch with Twitch Prime. I very much appreciate that. And nice to see some old school nerds here as well. Alright, so let's finish up our little write-up here. So we need to move an object that we can't become into an area that we don't have access to. Move an object that we can become, and I guess we should specify that as the pillar. Pillar into an area we don't have access to. And I guess they would call that the star box. Okay, let's, what do we need to do? First of all, we need to move the pillars into a line and push them into the star box. Thank you for the content, says Karo Bube. Thank you very much, Karo Bube. Very always appreciate seeing some fun Pokemon emotes. We got Pikachu, and we got what is that second one? I'm not too sure which emote that is. It's oh, it's my emote. it's my love emote. I didn't know that I forgot that I even had that. But yeah, thank you very much for using my emotes. Okay, so we push them into the star box, and then set the rule. Pillar is you. So we now have access to the win object, which is the flag. Okay, that's done. And on to the next level. Okay, this is going to be level 5. Brick wall. What's happening here? Okay, this is this is one of these oh, okay. Bube. Bube is like boy in German. Bube is like boy in German. I know we've got a few different German viewers on this channel. There's Defus, there's also We're Hacking Now, Defus Modernus Leben. If you see them around, if I see them around, I'll point them out. Okay, and it must be. Are you in Germany, or I can't just assume that you're German, but or that you live in Germany, even if one of the your username is German. Ah, okay. So you are German. Are you in Germany? So what do we have here? This is a very, very small level, and we don't have very much to work with, which means that we should be able to figure out the problem because there's so very few things to interact with. So I guess it's getting pretty late in Germany, I'm pretty sure, because I was on another Twitch streamer's channel that was in Germany, and they're talking about how it was the evening for them already. Okay, so we got wall is stop, which means that we can't move through this wall. We've got Baba is you, and we have flag is win. We have no way of getting access to the flag. We could become the flag, but if we become the flag, then we would have to break up flag is win, which means that we wouldn't have access to the flag. Well, we wouldn't have access to the win object anymore. So what we need to do in this level is we need to make Baba the win object. We can be the win object, and if we are the win object, then we win. Ah, Karobube says it's 1:26 at night. Getting kind of late over there, yeah. Okay, so that would what is good evening, good night, what is good night in German? Good night. Let's see. So there's Guten Morgen, Guten Tag, and Guten Nacht. Okay, Guten Nacht. So Guten Nacht to you. All right. So this is what we do. So Baba is you, but if we set Baba as win as well, and we are the win object, then we win. That's one of the rules of Baba is you. So let's go ahead and... Oh, we got ads on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube as well. And we're going to take a little break while the ads run. But in the meantime, we're going to play some bird videos, because I love my birds. And how about this bird right here? So this is the Stellar Jaybird. It is a very smart bird, and it's also related to crows and ravens, and also blue jays. All right, so we'll be back in about a minute. I'm just going to take a little water break while the ads run on Twitch and YouTube. So the fun thing about these birds is that when they get a hold of some peanuts in the shell, they like to shake the peanuts around to make sure that the peanuts are good. I don't know how they can tell that the peanuts are good, but here it comes again. It's gonna jump up here. I don't know why they didn't do anything with that peanut, but I guess they would just want to show off or something. He's shaking that peanut around. And yeah, I just love these little guys. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's continue. So once again, if something is us, something is you, and something is win at the same time, then you win the level. So just like this, we win the level. Okay, so let's explain what we did in that level. So this is level number 5, the Brickyard. Okay, so key points. So in this level, we have to understand that if we are an object and the same object is win, then we win. Okay, so the method of solve, we just have to do one thing. So set up the rules. Baba is you, which is already set, I guess. And Baba is win by sharing the Baba tile, text tile. Okay, done. Let's move on to the next one. Alright, so this is going to be level number 6. So this is the lock level. Oh, okay. This introduces a new mechanic. So there's the open and shut mechanic. So we've got a few different rules. We got Baba is you. We have door is stop, so we can't move past the door. Also, door is shut. So shut objects can be destroyed by the open objects. So the key is open, which means that if we move the key into the door object, then both of these objects are going to be destroyed. So we've got flag is win, and the flag is inside this room over here. So we can't move past the walls because wall is stop in this level. So all we need to do is, sorry, I shouldn't say all we need to do. What we need to do is we need to open up all these doors with these keys. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move the key into the door, this first one, to open the door and destroy both the key and the door. So we also have another key over here, and we're going to open up this door with this key. And there's one last door in the way, but we've run out of keys. but that's okay, because what we can do is we can make more keys. So we can make a rule out of this text over here. So we've got rock, and we're just gonna change the rule so that it's not key that is push and open. We're gonna make it so that rock is push and open. So we don't need a key anymore because we can change the object that is the opening object. So in this case, rock is going to be open and rock is also push. So we can push this rock into the door to open it. And then we have access to the flag. Okay. So if you didn't quite understand that, let's do a little recap over here. So this is level number 6. Okay, so key points. So this level introduces the shut and open verbs. So I guess we should put this between some of these. So the shut and open verbs, if an object that is shut comes into contact with an object that is open, then both objects will be destroyed. Okay, so what did we do to solve that level? So move 1. Move the first key into the first door. Move the second key into the second door. Now we have access to the rock text. Form the rules. Rock is open and rock is push. Move the rock into the third door. Touch the flag to win. Awesome, okay. And then on to the next level. So the next level is level 7. Okay, we might be doing more than 7 levels today, but I scheduled 7. But of course, you know, this is just a plan, and plans, you know, you know what they say about plans. Okay, so what do we have here? So we've got Baba is you, door is stop, wall is stop. Huh? Wall is stop. Wall is stop. You know what? Because wall is stop, that means that we can destroy any of these wall tiles with one of the open objects. So with just this key, we can push it into, we can create the rule key is open and key is push, and then push the key into the wall, and then we can break out of the wall and get to the flag. Let's go ahead and do that. So, let's see. Sorry. So key is... Oops. Key is... Oh, we're missing one. Huh. Okay, so I guess we can't... Key is push, key is... Oh, no, we can. Yeah, okay, this is... Hold on, I gotta rearrange these tiles a little bit. Okay, so key is push, key is open. So we're just going to... Oh. Huh. Oh, no, wall is... Sorry, wall is stop. I misread this. I misread this as wall is shut. So if wall was shut, then we could move this key into the wall and then destroy it. but looks like that's not the case. Reading comprehension issues. Let's move the key into the door, and then we've got this. So door is shut. We don't have an object to... We don't have an object to move around into the door because it's shut, but what we can do is we can make the door shut and open. If we make an object shut and open, then that'll destroy the object, because the object is in contact. Well, the shut object is in contact with the with an open object. So let's demonstrate this. So door is shut and door is open. This should destroy the door. So the reason why the door was destroyed was because the same object was shut and open, and that destroys the object. Okay, let's move into the flag and finish the level. Okay, let's do our little write-up. So this is level 7, Novice Locksmith. So let's see. So what are some key points? So the key points in this level, let's make the text bigger. Key points in this level is if an object is both shut and open at the same time, the object will destroy itself. Okay, and the method of solve. So set up the rules. Key is push, and key is open, then push the key into the first door, and then set up the rules. Door is open and door is shut to destroy the second door. Move into the flag to win. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next level. Okay, so the next level is level 8. Let's take a look. Okay, this is called Locked In. Ah, okay. So, what do we have? So, wall is defeat. Wall is defeat, which means if we touch the wall, then we, well, if we touch the wall, then we lose. Right now, we can't touch the wall because wall is stop. So, but if we break the rule, wall is stop, and then we try to move through the wall, we die, because wall is defeat. So, what we need to do is we need to change the wall into something else. So if wall is something else that isn't wall, then we can move through it. And in this case, we have access to jelly, so we can just move jelly into place and turn all of the wall tiles into jelly. So we make the rule, wall is jelly, and jelly is not defeat. So we can move through jelly just fine. And well, the other thing is that we don't have a flag in this level. It says flag is win, but we don't have access to a flag. We could make jelly as win. But then again, we can also make Baba as win. So that's the easiest way to do it. So Baba is win. How do we make that? Just like this. And if Baba is you and Baba is win at the same time, then you win. Okay, so we finished this area. We could move on to the next area, but we're gonna try finishing all the levels in this area because we're trying to be completionists. Let's review what we did to finish that level. Okay, this is level 8, Locked In. So what are the key points in this level? So the key point is if we can transform an object that is defeat, then we don't need to worry about that object anymore. Okay, so what is the method of solve? So the first thing we need to do is unset the rule wall is stop. Then the second thing we need to do is set the rule wall is jelly. And so after that, move through the jelly wall and set the rule Baba is you and Baba is win. Done. Okay, let's move on to the next level. Okay, level 9. Changeless. Oh, okay. So this is a new rule that we're coming across. It's not super new, but we need to deal with the concept that some things can be set as unchangeable. So for example, rock is rock means that rock cannot be changed into another object, which means that if it says Baba, so this is Baba is you, if it also said Baba is Baba somewhere else, that means that we wouldn't be able to change Baba into something else, because Baba wouldn't be able to change into another object. That's the rule. What we can do in this case, we have rock is rock here. If we try to set this rule over here, rock is flag, it wouldn't work, because there's this other rule in place that says rock is rock. But if we unset this rule, then rock is able to become flag, and flag is win. So let's go ahead and move into the flag and finish the level. Okay, let's do our short little. This write-up shouldn't be very long. Okay, this is level 9. And what's our key point here? So this level emphasizes that the rule object is object will prevent an object from changing into another object as long as the rule is set. Okay, and the method of solve? Break the rule. Rock is rock. Set the rule. Rock is flag. Touch the flag to win. Okay. Next level. Okay, next level is level 10. 2 doors. 2 doors. Ah, okay. This is actually a pretty tricky level. I spent a really long time stuck on this level, and because I didn't understand the key concept. So what do we have happening in this level? So there are some rules that we can't change over here because they're up against the wall. So we've got key is push and open, and we've got our key over here, so we can push the key, and it's open. We can open something up with it. And we've got hedge and door is stop, which means we can't move past the hedges, and we can't move past the door. So we're controlling Kiki in this level. So Kiki is this little red guy. And we've got this other... So Kiki is you, and door is shut. So what we need to do is we need to somehow get to the flag, first of all. And then second of all, set the rule flag is win. So flag is win... We can't set this rule because the key is in the way. So we need to become the key somehow to finish this level. And we also need to get rid of the door. So the first thing we need to do is get rid of the door, and we just need to break this rule, door is shut. Oh wait. Okay, we're not breaking the rule door is shut. We're going to become the door. So door is you, is the rule that we're going to establish, and then we'll become the door. But our ultimate goal is to be able to form a rule over here, key is you. Because the key is in the way, what we can do to mitigate that is to become the key, and then we can move the key out of the way because we are the key. So how do we do that? So first of all, we need to become the... we're going to be using a technique in this level, which is called, I guess, I'll call it something like U sliding. And we need 2 sets of objects to become, and then we need 2 sets of the is text over here. I'm just going to move the text over here, and then we're going to become the door. So we're going to become the door, door is you, then we're going to move the door around, and then we're going to move the U into position where we become Kiki again. So we're going to move door is you into Kiki is you. Then I'm going to move the is over here, and then I'm going to move the door into the Kiki slot, and then we become the door again. So this is just a little slide that we're doing because we're trying to get the U part into position so that we can become the key. We want to form the rule key is you. So we become Kiki. We're going to slide this down. And then we're going to slide this into place. We're going to become the door. And then we're going to move the door. With the door, we're going to move this roll into place, key is you. So now that key is you, we're the key. And we can set the rule, flag is win. Because we weren't able to do that before. And now that we've done that, we can touch the flag and we can win. Okay, so this write-up is going to be a little longer than the other ones, but wait, did I not? Hold on. Okay, which level is this? This is the 2 doors. Is this 2? Well, hold on. I need to make sure that was the 2 doors level. Yeah, that was the 2 doors level. Okay. Alright, so the key points. Key point in this level is if there's a rule against the wall, we can, and we have access to 2 objects, object texts, and 2 is texts. Then we can slide the U text towards, I guess we'll call this an object, towards the wall object, the object against the wall. And eventually form a object as U with the object against the wall. Okay, so what do we do to solve the level? First of all, we set the rule door is U, and then set up the U slide with the, what was it? Key and door objects. Set up the rule key is U, then set up the rule flag is win. Touch the flag to win. Okay. I think we have enough time for one more level, so let's go ahead and finish the last level of the day. So this is level 11, let's get into it. Jelly Throne. Okay, what do we got? What do we have? Oh, it's a big level. Okay, we've got flag is flag. Flag is flag means that we won't be able to change the flag into anything else. And we also have jelly is win. So if we touch the jelly, we win. We've got flag is stop, which means that we can't move into the flag, and we have wall is stop, which means that we can't move into the walls. So what are we gonna do? I think we can't, if we move the flag over here, we can't get access to anything else in the level. So we need to do something else with this stuff. So flag is flag. Flag can't transform. So if we make this rule, flag is jelly, it doesn't work because there's flag is flag here already. So flag is jelly doesn't work. Jelly is flag. How about jelly is flag? Or jelly is you? Jelly is you? I don't think we can. Baba is jelly? Baba is jelly. I don't think that. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think this is not going to work. Wait. Jelly is Baba turned the jelly into Baba. Okay. Now we've got something going on. Okay, we can move Baba around now that we've turned the jelly into Baba. And we can move the flag out of the way. So we can... Oh. Oh, we can't move the flag out of the way. Actually, wait, we can break this rule. Flag is stop. So flag is stop is no longer stop, which means we can move through the flag. So we just need to establish a win condition now. So how about flag is win? Yeah, I think we can set that up. Okay. So we're just gonna move. Yeah. So now that flag is win, we can move Baba into the flag and win. Okay. Okay, let's do our write-up, and then we can finish with Baba is you for the day. If you're enjoying this Baba is you content, let us know in the chat or in the comments, because if this stuff really is boring you and you don't think it's very interesting, I need to know so that I do less of the stuff that you guys don't like. But let's go ahead and do the write-up for level 11. Jelly Throne. Simagat says, defo enjoying it. Oh, great. Nice to see that that you're enjoying this content. So, what do we need to understand about this level? So the key concept, key point for this level is we need to transform another object in the level into one that we control. Then we have access as that object. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, ads also run on YouTube. And let's see, let's play some birds. How about these birds? It's always fun to see the birds interacting with each other, even if it's not the most friendly thing all the time. and we'll be back in about a minute. Just gotta have myself a little water break. So these guys are having a lot of fun. They just spend all day coming back to the feeder and grabbing a bunch of nuts and seeds, and they go and they hide them somewhere. They don't eat all the seeds that they can get their hands on, because these birds have to make sure that they don't get too fat. If they become too heavy, then they won't be able to fly around very easily, and that's going to be a big problem for them. Please tell us how to pronounce your name, thank you. And welcome to the stream. Sponge. Have a Hack the Planet on me. Here you go.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up!
Okay, let's put the birds away. And let's finish our write-up. So, if we need to transform another object in the level into one that we control. Then we have access as that object and can modify other rules. Okay. Alright, so the method of solve in this case is set the rule. Jelly is Baba. Then we have access to the lower portion of the map. And then set the rule flag is win. Touch the flag. Actually, wait. Sorry. So break the rule. Flag is stop. Set the rule. Flag is win, and then touch the flag to win. Okay. Simagat says, is there a reason we don't have a Discord server? Yeah, so I wanted to make sure that I had more courses out before I started up my Discord server. So we'll probably set up the Discord server sometime in the summer. And that's the reason why we don't have a Discord server right now. But we do have a Reddit page. So we've got HackerFrogs Reddit over here. And if you want to take a look at our schedule for each week, we've got a schedule published each week. So this week is week 16. Anyways, let's go ahead and finish up with our gaming content, and then move on to our next piece of content for today. So exit the game, and we're gonna get into some web app hacking stuff. Simagat says, "Oh, I see. Okay, I'm already on the subreddit already." Yeah, so we'll probably be opening up the Discord server sometime in the summer. But yeah, look forward to that. Let's go ahead and play some music. How about some moody sci-fi music over here? This is from the Independence War 2 soundtrack. It's a great little sci-fi game where you get to fly around in a spaceship. As usual, if the music's too loud, let me know, because I can turn down the music. Maybe I'll turn it down a little bit. Okay, let's get started with the next with our next piece of content. So the next piece of content we're going to do is we're going to do some web app hacking, and we're going to be doing that over at Portswigger. If you want to join in with us, unfortunately you'll need access to you'll need access to a machine with Burp Suite on it. So this is the link for. Actually, you don't necessarily need Burp Suite. We're going to be using Burp Suite. We're also going to be using FFUF, and which is our favorite little fuzzing program, because we're talking about authentication vulnerabilities today. Authentication vulnerabilities basically mean vulnerabilities that have to do with login mechanisms. So the most common login mechanism is a login page, and we're going to be taking a look at vulnerabilities in password-based login. So this is the page we're looking at. And most of the time, the easiest attacks we can do against login pages are what are called brute force attacks. So let's just do a quick review on what a brute force attack is. So a brute force attack is when an attacker uses a system of trial and error to guess valid user credentials. These attacks are typically automated using word lists of usernames and passwords. Automating the process, especially using dedicated tools, potentially enables an attacker to make vast number of login attempts at high speed. Brute forcing is not always just a case of making completely random guesses at usernames and passwords. By also using basic logic or publicly available knowledge, attackers can fine-tune brute force attacks to make more educated guesses. This considerably increases the efficiency of such attacks. Websites that rely on password-based login as their sole method of authenticating users can be highly vulnerable if they do not implement sufficient brute force protection. So we're going to take a look at some login forms that could be attacked. So we've got, we're going to be covering 3 different labs today. And the first lab is going to be this one here. So username enumeration via different responses. Let me get the link for this lab. So if you want to join in with us, you'll need an account over at portswigger.net. Fortunately, you don't need to pay for an account. So everything here is basically free to access. But before we move on, I need to point out to everybody that while we do these labs, there's going to be a couple of different word lists that we need to use. And we've got a list of usernames and a list of passwords. So we can access them from these links over here. But I've also provided this link over here on my GitHub. So the GitHub link has the passwords and the usernames over here, and we also have some little write-ups on how we solve the levels that we're going to be doing today. So the first one is user enumeration via different responses, and let's go ahead and take a look at this level here. So it says here that the lab is vulnerable to username enumeration and password brute force attacks. It has an account with a predictable username and password, which can be found in the following word lists. So they got the username word list and the password word list. So what are we supposed to do here? To solve the lab, enumerate a valid username, brute force this user's password, then access their account page. So we're going to start the lab by clicking on the button here. And after a few seconds, the lab will be deployed. So each instance of this lab is a virtual machine that's spun up in the cloud somewhere. And the typical labs for Portswigger Academy, Web Security Academy over here, are going to be either a blog or some sort of shop. So what's going on here? We've got the My Account page on this web app, and this is where we can log in. We don't have a set of credentials we can use, but we're supposed to brute force our way in. So we can brute force our way in by brute forcing with both the usernames and the password list. And I'll demonstrate how to do this. Where are we? Here. Okay, so we could try username test, password test, try to log in, but then it says invalid username. So this is a big problem. Web applications login forms should not tell you when you have an invalid username, because that implies that if you do put in a valid username, they won't tell you that it's an invalid username, and that's how you can guess which usernames are valid. So let's demonstrate this. We're going to need to use we don't need to use Burp Suite, but using Burp Suite will make this much easier. We're not using Burp Suite for the entire exercise, but we're going to be using it to Gilmex, hello. Good evening, Mr. Hat. Oh, you know what? I am Mr. Hat. And this will show you that I'm Mr. Hat.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl.
Yes. You hear me? You go to Hack. You go to Hack. You
Have a great day.
Hope you're having a great day and that you can go to Hack. Glymax. Glymax? I think it's Glymax. Sorry. I said Gilmax. Anyways, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you here. Okay, so we're going to start up our burp suite. So we're using Kali Linux here. If you've never used Kali Linux before, it is a very useful tool to use when you're learning about cybersecurity stuff. So, and if you don't know how to use virtual machines and Kali Linux, I have a little video on my YouTube that you guys can take a look at. Let's go ahead and get that video. Kali Linux. Okay, I'll leave the link in the chat for the video. 187 MDX MDK, hello. Nice to see you. Glyme, just Glyme, don't worry. Don't get much time to stop by as much as I used to, so I try to stop in when possible. I appreciate it. I appreciate all my viewers. And why don't you have a... So, 187, here's a Nyan Cat for you. Please enjoy. So I left a link in the chat. If you want to learn how to install VirtualBox and your own version of Kali Linux, then you can watch this video over here. But anyways, we've got the burp suite running over here, and we need to... This is the burp suite free edition, the community edition. And you can certainly finish all of the labs using... Well, you can't finish all the labs using burp suite community edition, but these labs over at Portswigger were intended to be solved using burp suite, but we're going to solve them using another tool. Okay, so now that we're in burp suite, we're going to go to the proxy tab. So we're going to go from dashboard to target to proxy, and then we're going to start up the burp browser. So on the right hand side of the screen, there's this button here that's going to open up the burp suite browser. This is a web browser that's connected to burp suite. So the reason we want to use a web browser that's connected to burp suite is because this web browser, everything that goes through it is going to be recorded by burp suite, which we can get access to later. So we're going to go over to the laboratory, which is over here. So the laboratory URL is going to look something like this. I've provided that one in the chat. I don't know if you should be using my link or not, but that's what it kind of looks like. Anyways, we're going to go over to the burp suite browser. We're going to paste in the lab login page. So from here, we're just going to give our test login. It's going to be username test, password test. Try to log in. It says invalid username. That's fine. So from here, we're actually finished with the burp suite browser. We're just going to minimize it, and then we're going to go over to burp suite. So in burp suite, we're going to take a look at the login request. So we can go over from intercept to HTTP history, and these are the requests that were sent through the burp suite browser. So this is the post request that we tried to use to log in. And what we can do is we can use this information here along with the FFUF program to try to brute force a username. So in the request window, we're going to right click, and then we're going to select the option copy to file. This is going to take all the information in the HTTP request, and it's going to save it to a file that we can use. So copy to file, and we're going to call this request.txt. So type that in, then save. From here, we're done with burp suite for now. So what we're going to do is just minimize burp suite, because we'll be using it later. we're going to go over to our terminal, and then in the terminal, we see that we've got a request.txt file in here. We're going to edit it by using the nano text editor. So nano request.txt. So this is all the information that we need to make a login request. So we've got all of our HTTP headers, and then we've got the data that we send with our post request. We're going to be using this with the FFUF program. We have to set it up. So to set it up, all we need to do is we need to specify the thing that we want to fuzz. And the thing that we want to fuzz, or try to figure out what is the legitimate payload, is the username variable over here. So instead of test, for username, it's going to be username equals fuzz. From here, we're going to save this file. Control X, save modified buffer Y for yes. Hit enter to confirm the file name. Okay. So now we're going to use the FFUF program. So FFUF, and then we're going to use a request file. So it's dash request. It's going to be request.txt. And what is the rest of the command we need to use? I think, let me look at my notes. So I've got some notes that I wrote over here on my GitHub. Here? Okay, so this is, if you're wondering what document I'm looking at, this is it. Okay, so we're going to use FFUF request.txt and then use a usernames list. So usernames.txt, I think usernames.txt is in this directory over here. And let me just copy that over, because we're trying to figure out what the usernames are first. So this is usernames.txt. I'm just going to copy the raw file, and then I'm going to create it inside of my terminal. So down here, I'm going to create it using nano. So nano usernames.txt, and then I'm going to paste in the contents. Okay. All right, save out the file. And then we can use FFUF. So request.txt. Word list is going to be usernames.txt. And I think this is all we need to do. I'll provide this command to everybody in chat. Okay, so it looks like okay, we sent all of these payloads as the username to the application, and we always get a status 200 response, and we always get a size 3140 response size. We always get the same number of words, and this is what we're going to do. We're going to filter on this. We're going to filter on the size, because there's one payload that has a different size. So we're going to run the same command, but we're going to run it with this other parameter. So -fs for filter size, and then the size of the regular request. So the size that usually comes back is 3140. We're going to filter out all of those requests that come back as size 3140. So when we run the command again, and let me get the command for everybody. This is it. When we run the command again, we see that one of the payloads came back with a different size. So this one came back as size 3142, which indicates that this might be a valid username. So what we're going to do is we're just going to copy this, and we're going to go back to the application to confirm. So here we're going to paste in the username that we got. We're going to use a test password, try to log in. and this gives us a different message. So the message is not incorrect username, it's now incorrect password, which indicates that this might be a valid username. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to use that username, and we're going to try to brute force the password out of the application. This is how we're going to do it. So we're going to adjust the request.txt file here. We're going to use nano to edit the file one more time. And we're going to replace username here. So username used to be fuzz. We're replacing it with the username we found. So Arlington. And the password, this is going to be the fuzzing point. So we set password as fuzz in this case. We're going to save out the file again. And then we're going to run ffuf again. But this time, we're going to use the passwords list. So we haven't created the passwords list yet. So let's go ahead and do that. So the password list is over here. Actually, let me get the link for the password list, just in case you're following along at home and you want access to this thing. We're going to copy the raw contents. And we're going to do nano passwords.txt. We're going to create the list by pasting in the words. Save this out. Okay, so now we have a list of passwords over here. So this is what we're going to use to try to brute force the login. We already know the username. Now we're going to try to figure out the password. So we're going to run ffuf again, but instead of using the usernames.txt list, we're going to use the passwords.txt list. We can get rid of this part of the command as well. So I'll just provide this command to everybody in chat. There you go. Okay, let's run the command. Okay, so another way we can do this is we see that status 200 is normal over here. So status 200 is normal, size 3142 is normal, words 1307 is normal. So what we can do is we can try filtering out all of these. So we can try filtering out size 3142. Let's try that. So filter size 3142. And we find one that is not 3142. So this payload here came back as status 302, which is not the normal one, size 0, words 1, lines 1, and this indicates to us that this is the correct password. So let's go ahead and use the credential set that we found. So for me, I found Arlington as the username and master as the password. It's going to be different each time you create a new lab. So your password and username is not going to be the same as mine. Anyways, let's go ahead and use this credential set. So it's going to be Arlington as the username and master as the password. Click login. And we're done. Congratulations, you solved the lab. So if you're following along at home, let us know in the chat. And if you're having trouble, if you're following along and you're having trouble, let us know as well, and we'll try to help you out and try to figure out what's going wrong. Okay, so we just finished this lab. Let's move on to the next one. So we used, let's talk about the steps we took to finish this lab. So this was, the objective in this lab was log into the web app after brute forcing a valid credential set. So what did we do? So we used the Burp Suite browser to try to log into the application via the My Account link. After that, we located the post request in Burp Suite in the HTTP history tab. Then we saved the request by right-clicking and selecting Copy to File, saving the file as request.txt. Then we modified the request.txt file contents, setting the username value to fuzz. So before we do each one of these things with FFUF, we need to modify the request.txt file. So use FFUF to determine a valid username. So first we run FFUF normally, and then after we figure out that the unsuccessful files response size is 3140, we filter on that. Then we note that one request has a different response size, then substitute that name in for fuzz, and set the password value to fuzz. So this is inside the request.txt file. Then we use FFUF to determine a valid password. This is very similar to the previous step. And then finally we use the credential set that we brute forced to log into the application, and then we're done. Okay, let's move on to the next lab. So the next lab is gonna be this one here. So this one is username enumeration via subtly different responses. So this one is a bit more devious than the previous one. Let's go ahead and start it up. And if you're looking for this link, here it is. Okay, so it says this lab is subtly vulnerable to username enumeration and password brute force attacks. It has an account with a predictable username and password, which can be found in the following word lists. So these are the same word lists as the previous challenge, so we don't need to change out our username and password lists. So it says here, to solve the lab, enumerate a valid username, brute force this user's password, then access their account page. So let's go ahead and start the lab. Okay, so I'm very impressed with how quickly these virtual labs deploy. It's very, very nice. You don't have to wait like a whole minute like you do over at Try Hack Me. But anyways, let's go ahead and click on the My Account page, and let's try to log in normally here. So username is test, password is test. Try to log in. It says invalid username or password. So this is what we want to see. We want to see that the error message when you fail to log in, it doesn't tell you that you got an invalid username or invalid password. It tells you that one of these things is incorrect, or both of these are incorrect. You can't guess whether or not there's a valid username by just this message. So we're going to do the same thing that we did last time, and we're going to take this URL for the web application, and we're going to put this inside of our Burp Suite browser. So the Burp Suite browser is here. This is the new lab. So paste in the address, and we're just going to do our test login over here. So click login. Okay, so the request has been recorded, and we can go over to Burp Suite and take a look at the request. So back at Burp Suite, we're going to go to the proxy HTTP history, and we're going to scroll down. So down at the bottom, these are the more recent requests that we sent. And we've got the post request here to the login endpoint. So click on that. And just like the last time, we're going to right click into the request window here. And then we're going to select copy to file. We're going to save this as request.txt again. So request.txt, save. This file already exists. Are you sure? Say yes. We're going to overwrite the file. Okay, so from here we're done. We're done with Burp Suite. So we're going to minimize Burp Suite, and we can minimize the Burp Suite browser as well. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so people on YouTube also get ads. And let's go ahead and show some more birds. How about this bird? This is a woodpecker. Alright, so we'll be back in about a minute. I just have to take a little water break, enjoy the birds, and enjoy the music. Alright everybody, if you have any questions, please let us know in the chat. If you have any questions or comments or concerns, because it's better if this is a dialogue and not just me talking at you, you know, because even though I'm showing you how to do this stuff, if you have any questions about how we're doing it or like other techniques we could use to do this stuff, I'm happy to talk about it. But anyways, let's put the bird away, and let's continue on with the lab. Okay, so we've got the request information inside of this file that we created called request.txt. We're going to edit it using the nano text editor. And we need to specify a fuzzing point. So we got post to log in, okay, all the information we need to make the post request again. We're going to modify username down here. We're going to change it from test to fuzz, because we're going to fuzz this endpoint on username, and we're going to try to figure out if there's a username that we can determine through fuzzing. Okay, so after we set this, Defus says, too tired to talk, but listening. Defus, it must be really late where you are. Hope you're having a...
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Hope you're having a chill evening. If you have some beer, have a beer. Anyways, let's save out this file. And then let's try using FFUF to do our fuzzing. So our word list is going to be usernames.txt. If we just run this, we're going to see that we can't filter on size anymore. The reason we can't filter on size in this scenario is because the response that we're getting back is tied to the length of the payload that we're sending. So if we send a longer username, then the response size is also going to be larger. So what we need to do is we need to filter on the response message that we get. So not just the size of the response, but the actual message. And the actual message we get is... What is the message? The message is invalid username or password with this period at the end. So we can just copy this, and we can use FFUF to make sure that this message is not included, to try to figure out what the valid username is. So the reason why I use this slash over here before the period is because this is going to be a filter on regex, or what does regex stand for? Regular expressions. And when you do regular expressions, you have to escape special characters, and the period over here is a special character. So when we run this payload, we see that 1 doesn't have this exact regex. So the regex we're looking for, this message was not included when we sent this username. So we need to double check this. So we're just going to try to log in as this user. We'll try it over here on the Burp Suite browser. So the username is Apache, and I want you to watch the message change. So it says invalid username or password. When I try to log in, there's going to be a different message. I want you to try to spot this. Okay, so I click login. What changed? It says invalid username or password one more time, but something changed. If you can spot it, let us know in the chat. And if you spot it, then you are a very perceptive person. What changed in this error message? I'll give everybody about 10 seconds, and then I'll talk about what actually changed. The Pajaro 88, hey, welcome to the stream, and you got it correct. You got it absolutely correct. The Pajaro says it is a period. So the period disappeared when we used a valid user. And missing dot at the end. Yes, Death Wish. Death Wish, you're also correct. And welcome to the stream, everybody. Have a Hack the Planet. Actually, wait, have a Nyan Cat. Here you go. So this is a typo. So somebody who was coding the app, they set Simagat says I would not have noticed. I would never have noticed that. So this is why we have computers. Computers will notice this thing. People might not notice this, but when they were coding the app, this is something that could totally happen. So in the invalid message, it says invalid username or password period, but they didn't put the period in for the valid username. So this is definitely a coding error over here that exposes some security flaws. Okay, so what can we do with this? Kevin Johnson says full stop. Yes, you are correct, Kevin Johnson. Nice to see you here on LinkedIn. And yeah, all right, welcome to the stream. Let's give you another video redeem. How about the desert frog? It's the cutest frog in the world. Okay, so now that we've got the valid username, we can try to get the password. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go back. We know that this is the valid username. We're just going to copy this. We're going to go back into the request.txt file. So instead of using fuzz as the username, we're going to use the username that we found as the username, and then as the password. Simigat says you can stream on LinkedIn. Yeah, you can stream on LinkedIn. It's something that that I discovered for the first time a couple years ago, but they've got streaming up on there. Anyways, so the password is the thing that we're going to be fuzzing this time. So we know the username. We're just going to be fuzzing the password this time. So we're going to save this file, and then we're going to run ffuf with passwords.txt. GroundXT says you stream on LinkedIn. I do stream on LinkedIn. I'm streaming on LinkedIn and YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. Okay, so when we run this brute force attack over here, we see that we've got status 200 for everything, except we've got status 302 for this password over here. Okay, so how would we do this? So I guess we could just filter on the size. Actually, no, we wouldn't filter on the size. What we would do is we would filter on these two word counts over here. So the word count over here is 1329 and 1320. So what we can do is we can do the same request. We can filter on the word count, 1329, and then we can also grep out any results with 1320. Whoops, 1320? Yeah, 1320. Okay, so after we do that, we only get one result here. So this is just what we could have. We look for patterns, right? And when we do the regular one, we notice that all of the patterns for these unsuccessful password attempts are all either 1320 or 1329. So we just get rid of all the lines that have those numbers on them. And this is what the request. This is what the ffuf command looks like. Hold on, let me just grab this. Paste in the chat. There you go. Okay, so this is the password. So we know that the username is Apache and the password is this. So let's go ahead and solve the lab. So here, username is Apache, password is 5555555. Log in, and congratulations, you solved the lab. Okay, so we're going to do one more of these labs. This one, this last one is going to be a little bit more complex than the previous ones. So let's go ahead and demonstrate this. First of all, we're going to close out the lab. And we're going to access a lab that is slightly lower on the list over here. And this one, the Vault. Hello, nice to see you here. Vault 1999. You've got the flag. The flag. We did the flag. How about we give you a... How about you get the Jurassic Park?
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
Okay, so what we're going to be dealing with in this lab is we're going to be talking about a lab that has a login page with broken brute force protection. That's using an IP block. So let's see. So it says here, flawed brute force protection. It is highly likely that a brute force attack will involve many failed guesses before the attacker successfully compromises an account. Okay, let's change out the music. How about we play some chill cyberpunk music over here. All right. Okay, let's talk a little bit about this flawed brute force protection before we do the lab. So flawed brute force protection, it is highly likely that a brute force attack will involve many failed guesses before the attacker successfully compromises an account. Logically, brute force protection revolves around trying to make it as tricky as possible to automate the process and slow down the rate at which an attacker can attempt logins. The two most common ways of preventing brute force attacks are locking the account so that the remote user locking the account that the remote user is trying to access if they make too many failed login attempts. And number two, block the remote user's IP address if they make too many login attempts in quick succession. So both approaches offer varying degrees of protection, but neither is invulnerable, especially if implemented using flawed logic. So for example, you might sometimes find that your IP is blocked if you fail to log in too many times. In some implementations, the counter for the number of failed attempts resets if the IP owner logs in successfully. This means an attacker would simply have to log in to their own account every few attempts to prevent this limit from ever being reached. In this case, merely including your own login credentials at regular intervals throughout the word list is enough to render this defense virtually useless. Okay, so let's solve this this last lab over here. Broken brute force protection IP block. So if everybody is following along, this is the link we're looking at right now. So what is the description for the lab? This lab is vulnerable due to a logic flaw in its password brute force protection. To solve the lab, brute force the victim's password, then log in and access their account page. Okay, so for this lab, we're given a valid set of credentials. So Wiener as the username, Peter as the password. And we need to figure out what Carlos's password is. So we've also got a list of passwords, but these are the same passwords as the previous level. So what do we need to do? We need to circumvent the brute force protection. Let's start the lab first of all. Okay. So we've got a web application, we've got a login page. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to brute force Carlos's password. So Carlos test, Carlos test, Carlos test, Carlos test. Okay, so now we get this message. So you have made too many incorrect login attempts. Please try again in 1 minute. So this is the brute force protection. So if we log in and fail 3 or more times, then they're going to lock us out for about a minute. So we need to find some way to get around this. So the way we get around this is, well, I need to wait about a minute. So let me just talk about this. The way we get around this is every few incorrect login attempts, we log in legitimately to reset the number of incorrect logins we can try. And in this case, just to make it nice and simple, every time we try to brute force the password, we're going to log in with our legitimate user. And the legitimate user is Wiener Peter. Log in. Okay, so we managed to successfully log in. So we can log out, and then we can try to log in as Carlos again. So every time we unsuccessfully log in, we're going to try to log in as Wiener Peter, so that we don't get caught by the brute forcing protection. So we're going to automate this. So first of all, we're going to record this login with our Burp Suite browser. So we got our Burp Suite browser here. Let's record our login with Carlos and test. Okay, so after that, we're going to access Burp Suite, and then in Burp Suite, in the HTTP history, we're going to record the login page as request.txt one more time. So right-click, select copy to file, and we're going to save this as request.txt again. Request.txt. Okay, file already exists. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. So after that, we can put away Burp Suite, and we can put away the Burp Suite browser. Okay. So we're going to modify request.txt. So request.txt whoops. I'm going to modify request.txt with Nano. Okay, so this is going to be different. So what we're going to do is we're going to be fuzzing both the username and the password at the same time. So to do that, we're going to go down to the bottom here. We're going to replace Carlos with fuzz_user. And for the password, we're going to replace this with fuzz_pass. So these are two different positions that we're going to be fuzzing. And we need to specify this if we're going to be using FFUF, the program, to brute force. So save this out. The next thing we need to do is we need to create some custom word lists. So we know that the password list is the same, but what we need to do is we need to insert the valid password for the Wiener account. So the Wiener account's password is Peter, and we need to insert this into passwords.txt. So I did a little bit of testing with our friendly AI. Cyber Dante is hackers. Yeah, of course that's the password. What is up, Cyber Dante? Nice to see you here. And we're just doing some Portswigger labs. So let's see. We're doing the broken brute force protection IP block, and this is the file I'm looking at over here. Okay, so we're at step number 5. Create a custom password list from the default passwords.txt file. So we're going to use this awk command over here to create a new password list from the old password list, because we need to put in the Peter valid password every couple lines. Or sorry, every other line. So let's go ahead and run this command. So after we run that command, if we take a look at passwords.txt, oh, it erased everything. Lovely. Okay. We I need to create the password list again. Okay, let's do that. This is a no-no. I guess you're not supposed to use one file and then redirect it into the same file. This is not. You're supposed to use 2 different files. I guess I learned the hard way. Okay, let's go ahead and get that passwords list again. Okay, recreate the list. Save that out. Okay, we're going to rename the passwords list. We're going to call it the passwords list. We're going to call it prepasswords.txt. So this is going to be modified into a file called passwords.txt later, but we're just going to name it prepasswords first. Okay, after we do that, we're going to run the same awk command over here, but we're going to run it on prepasswords.txt and create the passwords.txt file. So this is going to insert the Peter password on every other line. So we run this, then we take a look at passwords.txt, and we see that the password Peter is on every other line now. This is what we want. The next thing we need to do is we need to create our custom user list. So the custom user list is going to look like this. We need to create a custom user list with Wiener and Carlos repeated 200 times. So that's the same number of lines as the password list. So since we need to sync up the passwords with the usernames, and if we take a look at passwords.txt and get a word count on it, there are 200 lines in the file. So we need to match the number of lines. So we're going to run this command over here, sequence 1 to 100, and pipe it into awk to print out the words Wiener and Carlos, and make a new file called usernames.txt. So this is the command. After we run the command, we take a look at usernames.txt. It's just Carlos and Wiener over and over again. So the last thing we need to do is we need to run a brute force attack using both the custom word list and the custom password list. Sorry, the custom password list and the custom username list. So this is what we're going to do. This is the command over here. Okay, so before we do this, Lone Wolf Gamer asks, one question, which OS do you use for daily use? I use Windows for daily use because I like to do video editing and I like to do gaming every once in a while. And doing gaming with Linux is not very fun. It's getting better, but I like to have access to both Windows and Linux because sometimes you need to use Windows and sometimes you need to use Linux. Okay, so this is what we're going to do with the FFUF program. Of course use Linux. Well, everybody is very passionate. Using FFUF, we need to use the pitchfork attack, which matches each entry on the username and password files. We also need to filter on all of the unsuccessful status codes. So the Vault 1999 says, what games do you play? I don't do very much gaming anymore, but I used to play a lot of strategy games. So strategy games and simulation games. I used to play a lot of like XCOM 2. I used to play Total War, Warhammer, Total War Shogun, and a lot of strategic games like that. Anyways, this is the command we need to run. I'll copy that to chat. Okay, so this is the command. So I'm not going to use the grep stuff first. I'm just going to show you what it looks like when we run it normally. So notably, we're running this attack in pitchfork mode, which means that each line of the 2 word lists, so the usernames.txt word list and the passwords.txt word list, they're going to match each other. So first line, second line, etc., etc. Cyber Dante says 2007 RuneScape was my favorite. I didn't play a lot of MMORPGs. I don't know why. I did play some MUDs. Back in the dial-up BBS days. I did play some of those, but I didn't do any modern. Lone Wolf Gamer says, I thought this is recorded live. Didn't expect you would reply. Hey, you didn't expect I would reply, really? Okay. Let's see. I want to ask another question. I'm using Windows 11, and I always try to keep it using 16 gigabytes of RAM out of 48. I have all something. The Vault 1999 says, if they do not use kernel BS level anti-cheat, they will work on Linux with Proton most likely. Let's see. I have all the time. And it made me install Linux. I do have basic Linux knowledge, so I installed. You use Arch, by the way. That's a stereotype. But yeah, no. I mean, I use Kali Linux for cybersecurity stuff. I use Windows 10. Windows 10 is my daily driver. I'm gonna have to move over to Windows 11 eventually. But anyways, let's. We also need to run this FFUF command a little bit slower, so we're just gonna slow it down to 3 requests a second. When we run it like this is what we're gonna see. So a bunch of status 302s. We've got our different. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let's see. Lone Wolf Gamer asks, how much RAM do you have in your machine? So I've got 64 gigabytes of RAM in my current machine. I run a lot of virtual machines, and virtual machines chew up memory. And if you don't have a bunch of RAM in your system, you can't run your virtual machines. So that's why I have 64 gigabytes of RAM. Anyways, this runs pretty slowly, but you're gonna see a bunch of noise. So specifically, this stuff right over here, status 302, fuzz pass, fuzz user, for Peter and Wiener. We want to get rid of this stuff. If we get rid of this stuff, then we'll have a good indication of what is the proper password. So let's go ahead and filter out all this stuff. This is how we do it. So we're already filtering on code 200. Code 200 is for all the unsuccessful requests. So we're going to grep out all of the fuzz user Wiener, and we're going to grep out all of the fuzz pass Peter, and we're going to do a third grep out. So we're going to grep V for 302, which is the response code. Let's see. I sub bro. Oh, thank you very much, Lone Wolf Gamer. Welcome to the HackerFrogs. You have oh, what is it? Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, I'll also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and watch some birds. Before we watch the birds, let's run this command over here. And then let's put on the birds. How about How about these birds? Okay, I'm gonna have a little water break. I'll be back in a minute or so. Well, I mean, not everything's going to be a bird, but this is what happens when you put stuff on the ground. When you put stuff on the ground, then squirrels can get at it. But you have to avoid putting out so much stuff so that a lot of the food is going to be left over, because that's going to attract rats, and we don't want rats. We don't mind squirrels, but we don't like rats. Anyways, let's go ahead and put the birds away, and then we'll finish up with this lab. Okay, so Lone Wolf Gamer says, as a cybersecurity engineer, Windows 10 is getting expired on October 2025, and do you think that it would be a good choice if we still use it for long term without any patches? So this is the thing. You know, Microsoft says that they're not going to support Windows 10, but we've seen in the past that if there are any very large vulnerabilities that are discovered and put out there in the public, they will create a patch for it. We've seen this for what is it? Eternal Blue. Eternal Blue was a big SMB hack that was published in 2016, and Microsoft responded by putting out patches for every known version of Windows out there. Kevin Johnson says, the award for the Bird Lover of the Year goes to the Shayat. Thank you. Let's see. Yo Mama 28. Thank you. That's a great username. Did you see the 4chan hack? Yeah, I did see the 4chan hack. Let's see. The Volt 1999 says you paint a big target on your system. Let's see. Simon Gat says, sorry, but could you explain how the pitchfork mode works? Okay, so the pitchfork mode uses two word lists at the same time. So it uses you can fuzz in two different places. So when you use FFUF in pitchfork mode, you can specify a different password and a different username. And in this case, we were able to find a valid username and password combination. So Yo Mama says, yeah, that's great. So the 4chan hack, what can we say about the 4chan hack? They were using really old very, very old operating system that was not supported for about 10 years. And yeah, they were also using a very vulnerable CMS to host their website. So I guess it's not very surprising that they were compromised. But anyways, Sigmund Gat asked about the pitchfork mode. So the pitchfork mode makes sure that whoops. The pitchfork mode makes sure that the first line of passwords.txt is going to be matched up with the first line of usernames.txt. So Peter is matched up with Wiener, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is matched up with Carlos, etc., etc. So Yo Mama says they kind of deserve it because they're so mean. Well, I mean, 4chan is an institution. It's been around for, I don't know, like 20 or 30 years. Anyways, oh, I didn't catch. Cybernerd Dante says squirrels are evil. Squirrels are squirrels. They're very smart little animals. But anyways, Lone Wolf Gamer says, sorry for asking too many questions. So in that case, would you suggest using Windows 10 for a few more years? I think you shouldn't. I wouldn't say that you need to upgrade right away, but definitely upgrade to Windows 11 if you want to stick to using Windows the next time you buy a computer. A lot of people, their hardware can't run Windows 11, so that it's kind of a good excuse to get an upgrade to your computer eventually, if you're a person who uses Windows. Okay. So let's see. Zero Null says, has 4chan really been around that long? It's been. I mean, I think it started up in the 90s. Let me look it up real quick. So let's just do our good old Wikipedia and look up 4chan. There you go. Oh wow. Okay. Well, it didn't start up in the 90s, but it did start up in 2003. So 2003 is 22 years ago. So 4chan can legally drink in the United States of America because it's over 21. Anyways. Okay, so one more time. Let's get that username and password. So the reason why we're only doing 3 requests a second is because the application's going to lock us out if we make too many requests per second. Smoosh Kid says 2026 is the year of the Linux desktop. I think some people are going to move over to Linux because they don't want to use an insecure operating system. But yeah, GradXT says Windows 10 will eventually stop getting security updates. Let's see, the Vault 1999 says switched to Linux about 5 years ago and only use Windows at work because they refuse to use Linux on desktops. Zero Noah says, let us pray. 11's not too bad if you got telemetry. I don't. Yeah, I never turn on any of the sign-in Windows stuff when I use Windows. Of course, it bugs me all the time. So it says you have to finish setting up by providing, your Microsoft login or whatever. Okay, so we got this username and password here. So Carlos with the Taylor password. Let's go ahead and log in. So Carlos Taylor. Log in. And we're done. Congratulations to solve the lab. Okay, so before we finish, let's just go over the steps we did to finish this lab. So the reason why I'm using FFUF as opposed to Burp Suite to solve these Portswigger labs. Let's see. Kevin Johnson says, "Why don't you introduce the crazy hacker man voice in some of these activities?" So I usually do that voice when we break into servers. Maybe I'll do it when we finish these activities. I need to find a way to work it in a natural way. It's reserved for shells. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and do our little summary. Okay, so we need to log into the web app after brute forcing a valid password. There is brute force protection in place where your IP will be blocked after 3 incorrect attempts, so we need to alternate between valid credentials and our password brute forcing. So everything is going to be the same, except that we have to create a custom word list and a custom username list. Sorry, a custom password list and a custom username list. And then we do FFUF with their pitchfork attack and get the valid password that way. But yeah, if you have any questions about any of the stuff that we did today, then go ahead and leave us a comment in the chat or on the YouTube video, wherever you like. Zero Null says, haven't heard that yet. Yeah, so when I do stuff like CTF boxes, I like to do the scary hacker voice man after we break into a server. But it usually doesn't happen on Web App Wednesday because we're doing web app stuff. We usually don't break into servers when we're dealing with web apps. But anyways, let's move into the last portion of today's stream. In the last portion of today's stream, we're going to I need to get rid of some of these browser tabs because it's driving me crazy. Too many browser tabs. Get rid of all this stuff. Okay, so this is the exercise that we're going to be doing for the last couple hours of today's stream. So this is the Natas CTF Labs. This is a series of web app challenges, and they get progressively more difficult as you go on. Lone Wolf Gamer says, I'm still scratching my mind seeing that you have lots of tabs open, and that too in a VM. Dang, okay. Let's see. GradXT says, when I have a competition with 30 or so challenges, my browser and I keep up to yeah, I have to clean up after yourself. So that's another reason why I have a lot of RAM on my computer, because when you have a lot of RAM, you can open up a lot of tabs in your web browser, and it's not going to affect it that much. But if you don't have a lot of RAM and you open up a lot of tabs in your web browser, it's going to be a very bad time. But anyways, what were we doing? We need to leave the page. Oh, I didn't want to leave that page. Man. Anyways, what are we doing? We're doing level 26. We only have a few more levels to go in the Natas CTF game. We're probably not going to finish it today, but we are on this level, and we have our username and password. I'm going to pass it off to everybody here so you can attempt this level on your own along with us. So this is the username, this is the password, and let me get the URL. So this is actually a vulnerability that I've never seen before, and this is the portion of the stream where I don't know what I'm doing. You could say that every portion of the stream is this portion of the stream where I don't know what I'm doing, but this is the portion of the stream where I really don't know what I'm doing, because I haven't seen these challenges before. So Lone Wolf Gamer says, I have 48 gigabytes of RAM and 16 is being eaten by doors. I mean Windows. Yeah, Windows is a big memory hog. And Windows virtual machines are also a really big memory hog. Okay, so I took a look at this web app before, and this web app is very, very... I've never taken a look at this category of web app security vulnerabilities before. Let's see. Sigma Gat says, sorry if it's a bit personal. Do you work in cyber? I used to work in cyber. So I used to work in cyber as a web app security tester for about half a year. And I figured out in that half a year that I wanted to do education instead of doing report writing. Because when you do web app security, when you do cybersecurity, especially like security testing, you write a lot of reports. And I didn't want to write so many reports, and I wanted to teach. And that's why I'm teaching. I'm teaching with the live stream over here. So this is Natas level 26, and it looks like we've got some sort of drawing program. And it says, let's see, image line expects parameter 2 to be integer, string given. Huh. Wait, did I give... These aren't strings. This is weird. It looks like the application's broken. Let's see. Shay Y'all. Shay Y'all says, yo man, you have to help me win some of these CTF challenges keep entering. Shay Y'all, I can't help you with the CTF challenges for CTF events that are ongoing. If the CTF event is over, I can help you, but I can't help you cheat by showing you CTF challenge, CTF by solving CTF challenges for you. But if you've got anything that CTF stuff that is not currently in progress, then I can help you out. But if it's for stuff, yeah, right. We have to stick by our ethics. Anyways, so what's going on in this web app over here? I did a little bit of research, and I figured out that this application over here is doing something called insecure serialization. Lone Wolf Gamer says, dumb question asked, do you know Python? How would you rate yourself from 0 to 10? I know the basics of Python. I teach a little Python course just about the fundamentals of Python. I don't rate myself as a particularly talented Python programmer. I'm not a programmer. I'm a hacker that uses Python code. So I would rate myself something like a 3. So something like a 3 or a 4. Not very good. Shayal says, not a cheater, just trying to learn. I understand, but the rules for these CTF competitions say that you're not supposed to get outside help most of the time. Anyways, GredXT says, someone cheated by posting the answer online, and I've wasted hours of OSINT for a single Google search to get the answer by the end. Okay. Shayal, I'm not calling you a cheater. I'm just saying that I can't help anybody with any active CTF challenges. If the CTF is active, I can't help. That's all. Let's see. Education was a great choice. You seem really talented at it. Cheaters was a cool show, though. Was there a show called Cheaters? I didn't know. But anyways, let's do Hack the Planet, because we need to remind ourselves.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet! Shut up, again.
So yeah. If you want me to take a look after the event is over, I can definitely take a look at the challenges then. I just need to make sure that the CTF is not currently running when I help anybody out with CTF stuff. So this is the vulnerability I'm looking at today. Insecure deserialization, and this is something that I've struggled with this for a long time. I've always seen these kind of vulnerabilities come up, but I've never understood what the heck was going on. But let's just do a quick little read before we try to tackle this challenge. So in this section, we'll cover what insecure deserialization is, and describe how it can potentially expose websites to high severity attacks. We'll highlight typical scenarios and demonstrate some widely applicable techniques using concrete examples of PHP, Ruby, Java deserialization. We'll also look at some ways that you can avoid insecure deserialization vulnerabilities in your own websites. Okay, so what do we have in our flowchart here? So we've got a bad person here, and they're putting some stuff inside the serialized object, some malicious code. That goes to the website, and then from the website, it deserializes the object, and then it does bad stuff on the web server over here. Okay, maybe it's not so difficult to understand after all. But anyways, so what is serialization? Serialization is the process of converting complex data structures, such as objects and their fields, into a flatter format that can be sent and received as a sequential stream of bytes. Serializing data makes it much simpler to write complex data to inter-process memory, a file or a database, and to send complex data, for example, over a network between different components of the application or in an API call. So crucially, when serializing an object, its state is also persisted. In other words, an object's attributes are preserved along with their assigned values. So serialization versus deserialization. Deserialization is the process of restoring this byte stream to a fully functional replica of the original object, in the exact state as it was serialized. The website's logic can then interact with this deserialized object just like it would with any other object. So what I'm thinking of what this is similar to is basically compressing an object and then decompressing an object when it gets to the other side. So Lone Wolf Gamer asks, by the way, which apps do you use for taking your notes, like Obsidian or anything? Generally, I use GitHub. I use GitHub and Markdown to take notes. So if you take a look at my GitHub repositories over here. Hold on, I need to have a little sip of water. Just a second. So when I do a lot of write-ups over here, And for every one of these write-ups, I'm going to write it up on GitHub, and then I'm going to write it up in Markdown. And that makes it so that I can access any of this stuff from the web via the GitHub website. So that means that I can access this all online. GitHub is free, and Markdown makes it so that I can, if I need to make something fancy, then I can make it fancy. For example, if I need to write some code. If I need to write some code, I can include it over... Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to be just taking a look at it normally. So if I've got any code over here, I can include this in a code block, and I can just, make this easy to look at. GredXT says Obsidian on top. Yeah, I mean, if you prefer to use Obsidian, that's fine. Just use whatever note-taking application that is going to be easiest for you. GredXT says you could open that walkthrough folders in Obsidian and would work seamlessly because it's Markdown based as well. Yeah, I really like Markdown. Markdown is a fun little set of it's a fun note-taking set that you can learn and teach yourself, because it makes formatting stuff very, very easy without the need for a word processing program. And you can basically use Markdown in a lot of different places. Anyways, we were learning about insecure deserialization. So basically, you take an object, you convert it or you transform it by doing a serialization process, and then you feed it to the application, which then decompresses it or deserializes it and then uses it in the application. And if we can put malicious code inside of a serialized object, when it's deserialized, the application is going to run the malicious code. So many programming languages offer native support for serialization. Exactly how objects are serialized. Oh, gotta go. Lone Wolf Gamer, no worries. If you gotta go, that's fine. Let's give you a Hack the Planet to see you out. See you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Hope you have a great day. Okay, so many programming languages offer native support for serialization. Exactly how objects are serialized depends on the language. Some languages serialize objects into binary formats, where others use different string formats, with varying degrees of human readability. Not all of the object's original attributes are stored in the serialized data stream. Note that all of the object's original attributes are stored in the serialized data stream, including any private fields. So GredXT says, this reminds me of poisoned Python pickles. Poisoned Python pickles. Say that 3 times fast. In particular, the AI space. Interesting. So to prevent a field from being serialized, it must be explicitly marked as transient in the class declaration. To prevent the field from being serialized, alright. So be aware that when working with different programming language, serialization may be referred to as marshalling in Ruby or pickling in... Oh, wow, okay. So this is, well, when we're using Python serialization and deserialization, it is called pickling, okay, when you're using Python. So these terms are synonymous with serialization in this context. So what is insecure deserialization? So the insecure deserialization is when user-controlled data is deserialized by a website. This potentially enables an attacker to manipulate serialized objects in order to pass harmful data into the application code. It is even possible to replace a serialized object with an object of an entirely different class. Alarmingly, objects of any class that is available to the website will be deserialized and instantiated, regardless of which class was expected. For this reason, insecure deserialization is sometimes known as object injection vulnerability. Now you're speaking my language. Okay. So an object of an unexpected class might cause an exception. By this time, however, the damage may already be done. Many deserialization-based attacks are completed before deserialization is finished. This means that the deserialization process itself can initiate an attack, even if the website's own functionality does not directly interact with the malicious object. For this reason, websites whose logic is based on strongly typed languages can also be vulnerable to these techniques. Okay, so, Alright, so I think I understand a little better what is going on when we're talking about insecure deserialization. And it sure is really fun to say. Anyways, let me turn down the volume a little bit. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Natas CTF level. So this is the... I've never seen classes in PHP before. This is interesting. Okay. So what do we do with this code? I think what the code is doing is it's serializing the whatever we send to it over here in the user input, and then it's deserializing it inside the application. So how can we take advantage of this? We obviously want to put in some malicious code in the user input over here. So I was working with the AI over here and talking about how we could potentially send a vulnerable payload to the application. So it gave us a 3-step process over here, and step 1 is craft the malicious serialized object. So we can abuse the logger class to set log file to a writable web directory. So for example, we could set it to this directory over here, and what the AI wants to do is it wants to set up a web shell. So a web shell is not a bad idea if we can actually find a writable directory. So it says the second step would be to set the exit message to PHP code, which would be the web shell execution command. So PHP system get command, and whatever command we put in the URL parameter is the command we send to the server. So we've got some we've got a script over here that we're using, and I guess what we need to do is we need to send this as a cookie, because I think the objects are being saved as cookies in the web application. We need to make sure that this is what's happening. So on the application, we're going to set this as like 7777, click on draw, and let's see if this was actually sent to the web application. Sick in the Mind says hello. Hello, Sick in the Mind, nice to see you here. Just got back from the gym. Welcome back, and have a Nyan cat. Here you go. Okay, so let's see if the user input was included in the cookie or not. So we're going to go to Web Developer Tools. What does it say here? Cookie drawing does not have a proper same site attribute value soon. Cookies without the same site attribute or with the invalid value will be treated as lax. This means that the cookie will no longer be sent in third-party contexts. Okay, I think Firefox is is trying to mess up the Natas 26 website over here. Anyways, let's go over to the storage, and we've got the drawing cookie over here. It's complaining that it doesn't have a same site directive. Yeah. Okay, let's copy this. This looks like base64 encoded data. And let's, so this is the drawing cookie with this bounding see you later, Shay y'all. All cookies on a modern browser will default to same site as lax directive. So what is the lax directive? Lax cookies permit cross-site GET requests. Oh, okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and echo out that stuff. Oh, we got ads on Twitch. Ads run on Twitch, ads run on YouTube as well. And let's go ahead, let me paste in the cookie value before we take our break. Okay, so let's put on some birds. How about these birds? There you go. I'm just going to take a little water break. I'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, so I'm just wondering, sick in the mind, did you ever work your way through all of the over-the-wire Natas labs, or have you just wondering, because this seems like because the over-the-wire Natas labs have been around a while, I figure a lot of people have worked their way through these labs. You might even have your own write-ups for them, if that's the case. Anyways, let's put the birds away. Never done them. Oh, okay. But yeah, this one has to deal with insecure deserialization, which is something that I really struggled to understand when I was doing web app security testing, because I would see Burp Suite reporting on insecure deserialization stuff all the time. The other web app testers told me that most of the time, insecure deserialization comes back as a false positive in Burp Suite, and so I've never really explored the concept before. So we've got a bunch of coordinates over here that are part of an object, and we're going to be doing some injection in here. So let's figure out how we do this injection. Hutzelhab says, "Do you use AI?" Yes, I do use AI. Because AI is very good for teaching all sorts of stuff. You have to be careful not to be overly reliant on AI, of course. And if you just throw AI at every one of your problems without understanding what's coming back to you, that's not very good learning. But AI does make for a very good learning assistant, especially when you're learning about programming. So I'll have AI explain to me, what does this function do, or what does this block of code do? It'll try to explain what's going on. It is very useful to use AI as a learning assistant. So in this case, I'm asking the AI to help me do this insecure deserialization exploit. So what do we need to do? We need to do this PHP code and then serialize it as base64 information. So what we need to do is we need to do Burp Suite. Do you like GPT or DeepSeek? I use DeepSeek these days, and the reason I use DeepSeek is that it doesn't have as many guardrails. GPT will tell me, hey, are you doing some hacking stuff? I'm not allowed to tell you about hacking stuff. And then it'll say no. But DeepSeek doesn't have those problems, because DeepSeek wasn't created with a lot of guardrails. Anyways, let's go ahead and... Sick in the Mind says, so PHP file, what? PHP run it, PHP serialized object. Oh, okay. So if you pay money, then ChatGPT doesn't have those issues. That's good to know. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to run some Burp Suite. We're going to record the cookie. We're going to record us sending the cookie with our request. So let's go ahead and record this thing in Burp Suite. Okay, so Natas 26. Go to the Burp Suite browser, paste it in. Okay, so we need to provide a username and password. Let me get that username and password. So one more time. Oh, sorry, this is Natas 26. Hustlehub also asks, do you use TryHackMe? Yeah, I use TryHackMe a lot. I think I've got a subscription for TryHackMe right now. I haven't been using it as much lately, but it is certainly a very good resource when you're first starting out for cybersecurity in particular. Okay, so this is Natas 26. Password is this. Sign in. Okay, we're here. So we're going to send. We're going to send whatever. And I guess I don't know what's supposed to look normal for this application. But anyways, we've recorded this this request, so we can just go over to Burp Suite now. And is this a GET request? Oh, it is a GET request. Interesting. So this is just, we're gonna send this to the repeater. So this GET request, we're just gonna send this to a repeater so that we can start manipulating some of the values. So let's see. We're sending this, and when we send this, the response is going to include a cookie. So set cookie for drawing. Can we include this cookie in the request? Hold on. So if we just copy this and then go back to the request portion, can we send... wait, how do you do multiple cookies? Do you do like a comma between the cookies? So is it just comma and then the next cookie? Or is it in a different format? Hustle Lab says, I'm a beginner. I'm learning the only tool you haven't learned yet. The only tool you haven't learned yet is Burp Suite. Burp Suite is a really big tool to learn. You could spend like 5 years using Burp Suite and not use all the tools in Burp Suite, because most people don't use all the tools in Burp Suite. Let's see. So how do we do more than one? Hold on. Let me just ask. So HTTP requests multiple cookies. Okay, so what does it look like? You can't use multiple headers. Okay, so if you can't use multiple headers, how do you provide multiple cookies? Hold on. Maybe I can get an example in the history over here. Okay, so this is just one cookie. I could have sworn. What does it look like when you have multiple cookies? Okay, I'm just gonna do a web search. What does a HTTP cookie header look like when there's multiple cookies? So they're separated by semicolons and spaces. So name1 equals value 1, name2 equals value 2. The cookie header? Okay, so you separate it by semicolons. Okay, so semicolons and spaces. So where were we? The repeater, yeah. Okay, so this should be the correct format, right? So let's send this one. The response, okay. So in the response, it should look like this. All right, that's fine. Okay, so we need to serialize our drawing cookie. So something that looks like base64. Where are we? Here? Okay, so we need to set up our PHP stuff over here. So payload equals new logger. Serialize this payload. Run it. The output looks like this, and then we inject the payload via cookie. Intercept a request to the target using Burp Suite or browser tools. Replace the drawing cookie with your payload. Okay. Send the request. The server will unserialize the cookie, creating your logger object. Trigger the destruct function using message exit message PHP to log file. Then we need to access the web shell. Okay, well, let's try this out. So we're going to copy the code. I'm not sure if this is the right endpoint, but I can give it a try. Okay, we're going to call this payload.php. And let's save it out. So I guess we can just encode this into base64 with the base64 command. Okay, so this is the cookie that we're going to send. We got this over here. We're going to go over to the Burp Suite browser and send the drawing cookie. Delete all this stuff. Paste in our malicious cookie value. Huh. It looks like something happened to this text. Oh, it's not URL encoded. Okay. So let's see, the equal sign has to be URL encoded. What is that again? Equal sign URL encode. The answer is maybe I can do this in Burp Suite. Okay, so I'll just highlight the equal sign and then encode. Convert selection to URL, encode key characters. Okay, so this becomes %3D. I think there's another symbol in here that is causing a problem. So maybe %2f, %2f. Is that the slash? Towards the end. Okay, so I think the slash becomes %2f, right? Let's highlight it and then convert it. Convert to yeah, %2f. Wait, is there another one? I don't see it. So the problem is, why did this change? Why does this text change color? Anyways, let me try sending this, see if something happens. New line character. Oh, there's a new line character. Between the FO and the YX. Oh, there's a bunch of new line characters. Okay. Man. I wouldn't have caught this. But it's a good thing that they've color-coded this stuff in Burp Suite. Okay, let's try sending this. So the response says... So error on offset 0 in PHP. So while there's an error message, Does that mean that it didn't get that the object didn't deserialize properly? So according to the AI, we would access it from this endpoint. So image shell.php, if it copied over correctly. What is the directory again? It's going to be image/natas26. Okay, so the requested URL was not found on the server. Let me take a look at the code one more time. So var www natas26 image shell.php. Oh, okay. So I guess we just need image shell.php. Let's try that one more time. Okay, it looks like we've got our web shell. It worked. Huh. Alright, well, so we got our... But did the command run? I mean, we definitely created the object. We created this shell.php file. Uncaught error, call to define function password. So this is the file path that it's following here. So var www natas26 image shell.php. Undefined function password. So wait, let me take a look at my payload. The payload here, we created the object, we created the PHP code that we're supposed to... You know what? There might be something wrong with our quotes over here. Normally something like this is going to be in single quotes, because there's a lot of special characters inside of here. So I'm thinking maybe we should switch out the single quotes with double quotes in this particular line to get the PHP code to work. Anyways, let's try that out. So this is what I mean here. I want to swap out this with this. Unless PHP is very particular with its single quotes and double quotes, I'm not too sure about that. Anyways, let's save this out. Let's try this payload instead. Is there a way to... Oh, wow. These are the new lines over here. Anyways, let's go back. Paste this new one in. Okay, so let's just try sending this. Okay, I get the same sort of error. And this is all the same. Okay, so we are getting the we are creating a new. We can get the code to create our new object over here. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. Nullsec8, Nullsec8. Nice to see you here. And have a hack the planet. Here you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Okay, Hustle Hub from YouTube here. Hello, nice to see you here, Nullsec. And yeah, nice to see you here. Okay, so what is going on? Is this also like some sort of encoding? If this is encoding, then hold on. This turns into more encoding. Okay. Well, I mean, if it's more encoding, then sorry. No. I forgot to do the decode flag. Just a bunch of bytes. Yeah. Forgot the decode flag. Well, I guess this isn't. I mean, it might be legitimate. How many bytes, though? How many bytes? Do we want to word count them? Looks like 24 bytes. So it looks like the same. This is the same message repeated over and over again. Call to undefined function password. Password. Why is? I mean, we created this file shell.php. There shouldn't be a password function in here, because we wrote the code. I'm not too sure what the heck is going on. Okay, well, what do we want to do if... Is there a password function in the original source code? Yeah, let's check that. Okay, so the original source code is... here. No, it doesn't look like there's a password function in the original source code. Okay, so I think what we really want to do is we just want to write some PHP code. Some PHP code that that echoes out the password for the next level. So the password for the next level is going to be... Where's it going to be? It's going to be in this directory over here, etc. Natas web pass. Let's, yeah. So for example, something like this. We want the password for Natas level 27. So we just need to write some PHP code that that echoes out this file here. So let's go ahead and edit the payload. So PHP systems. Well, I mean, all we need to do is an echo, right? So echo or print, which one? I mean, something tells me this isn't what it's supposed to do. If we want to read a file using PHP, let's just ask the AI. We want to modify the PHP code to read this file. Okay, so directly read the file and output its contents, write the password to a web accessible file. So I think option 2 is the easier one to do. So echo get file contents. Oh, there's a get file contents function. That's interesting. Okay, this seems like the better way to do it. So Natas26 image password.txt. So if it's not gonna, this might work out better because it's not creating a PHP file. So PHP file put contents into this file path here. Okay. Let's try this out. Paste in our stuff, save it out, and then let's base64 encode it. Okay, we're going to go over to Burp Suite. Delete everything here, paste in the new payload. Get rid of all of our new lines. Okay. And then we're going to send it. Did it work? Well, we won't know if it actually worked until we try to access that endpoint. So the endpoint is going to be this. Okay. It didn't write the file. It didn't write the TXT file. And we can't exactly browse this directory. Yeah, we don't have permission to access the resource. Shell.php was created. I wonder why it created shell.php, but it didn't create the txt file. Maybe I need to. Maybe I forgot to encode that encode that equal sign, and that's why it screwed up. It's possible. Okay, let's encode these two characters here. Convert to okay, and there's the equal sign here. Let's convert that as well. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about my favorite bird video? Enjoy! I'll be back in about a minute or so, but enjoy the birds and the music. Okay, so this is my first experience with insecure deserialization. So I might try to do some more labs doing that involve insecure deserialization in the future, just because this is a vulnerability I've never really explored before. So I might as well get some education while I'm at it. But let's see. Let's put the birds away. They've had their bath. Sigma Gat says, "Why is it being messy with the water?" It's having a bird bath. It's having a little bird bath. Let's see. Sick in Mind says the PHP class deserialization. Yeah. Mostly because I saw these kind of deserialization vulnerabilities from the Burp Suite scanner all the time. But people told me that these were all false positives. I am interested in seeing what this what the vulnerability is actually all about. Okay, so let's see if we can get that. Did we call it password.txt? What did we call it in the payload? In the payload, we called it. Wait, did I not save this out? No, it should be called password.txt in here. var www natas 26 image password.txt. Some of them are because of the sleep payloads and application. Okay, yeah. So I mean, the scanner sends all sorts of nasty little payloads to whatever application is being scanned. Okay, so let's try password.txt. Okay, so it wasn't created. So we can't get the application to create our password.txt file. I guess we could try getting it to just print out as a one-shot. But I don't think that's going to work because the application doesn't play that way. But you know what? We'll try anyways. Did you run the PHP to generate the serialized payload? Oh, you know what? You know what? I think that might be it. I wasn't running PHP. I was just catting out the I wasn't running the PHP. I was just catting out the code. You know what? Wow, that might be a big dum-dum move right there. So PHP payload.php. Okay. You know what? You know, Sick in the Mind, when you're right, you're right. Let me try this out. This is probably going to work, and I'm going to feel really dumb. But you know what? If you feel really dumb, but the stuff works, then it's fine. Okay, let's get rid of all this. Let's paste in the payload. And this is a new line. We need to do connection keep alive. Okay. And I guess we're going to... Let's just try sending this without encoding it. The encoding it's probably going to get encoded during the send process anyways. Okay, so what do we get here? Cannot use object of type logger as an array. Oh, interesting. These are some new errors. So because the errors are new, let's see if the you know, it generated something. Deep whatever. Yeah. This it put into the password.txt file the exact, it didn't run this. It didn't run the code. it echoed in whatever was in here. So what was in the payload again? Yeah, it didn't run the PHP code inside of exit message. Sick in the mind, you've got something to say, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. It literally is the exit message. So the exit message is, oh, okay. It's because of the, oh, okay, it's because of the quotes. It's because of the quotes? Alright, so if it's because of the quotes, then we just need to remove the quotes, alright? So, I'll try just removing the quotes and see if it and see if this, remove PHP and add a second quote. Remove the PHP and add a second quote. Okay, I'll try just removing the quotes first and see if it I'll see if this works. If it doesn't work, I'll try the other one, the method that you suggested, Sick in the Mind. Let's go ahead and, oh, this doesn't, it doesn't want to run this. It's going to error the nested PHP error. Okay, so what was that suggestion again? Hold on. Looks like I need to switch out my music. Just a second. Let's play some Faster Than Light. Faster Than Light. Okay, so what was that? So exit message equals empty string concatenate file something something. Get rid of the PHP here. Space dot file. Space dot. Okay. So we've got the, now fix the end of the line. The end of the line is, I guess we need to get rid of the other, yeah, like this. Okay, let's try saving this out and running PHP again. Oh, constant expression contains invalid operators in line 5. Let's take a look. 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's complaining about something. So concatenate file put contents, file put contents. Oh, is it an extra? I've got an extra closing bracket, closing parentheses. Okay, let's try this out. No? Unexpected token, expecting... What am I doing? Put file con... Oh, okay, we do need the extra. We do need the extra closing bracket. So what is it complaining about? Wait, let me... Need to set variables. Set variables. Okay, anyways, I'll ask the AI to help me debug this code. What is wrong on line 5? Okay, so line 5 attempts to execute file put contents directly in the class property definition. This is invalid because class properties cannot contain dynamic expressions, like function calls at declaration time. How to fix it? Move the file right to construct. The file right to construct, function construct. So initialize it as empty, and then write the password during object creation. So file put contents something something. I don't do PHP, but sure. We need to initialize it as empty and then use a function to write to the thing. Okay, let's you know what? Maybe I should teach myself how to do PHP just so I can understand web app vulnerabilities better. It saves a variable so it doesn't run while you're running the PHP command. It errors because the files don't exist on the box. Okay, so let's save this out and then PHP the dang thing. It still errors out. Constant expression contains invalid operations. So it sets the construction so it only runs when the logger class is called. I mean, we've got some other code snippets some other code snippet options as well. So file put contents, I don't know. Okay, so this is option 1. This is option 1. So when we ran option 1, we received this error message. So instead of rendering, it displays that as text. Okay, so class property declarations cannot contain function calls. Class property declarations cannot contain function calls or dynamic functions. So in the original code, concatenate file put contents, this is invalid. Move logic to construct. We did this. Didn't we do this? Option 2, use destruct for delayed execution recommended. What is this? So exit message. Write PHP code to log file. Executes when object is destroyed. Put file contents. Run. This is going to run into the same error this is going to run into the same issue as the first one. It's just going to literally put this string in the password.txt file. Guaranteed to run when the object is destroyed after unserialization. More reliable for CTF. I don't know. Well, we can try it out. We can try it out. If it actually renders out correctly when we run it through PHP, then it'll be much better. Actually, you know what? Now that we know that we are doing something wrong with our web shell, maybe we should just use the web shell. But anyways, we can explore that if this doesn't work. Let's save this out. PHP. Okay. What? Failed to open stream. Okay, you know what? Maybe let's scrap this idea. Let's do the web shell instead. Let's go back to writing a web shell with the payload instead. Okay, so I think the exit message here might get the nature of the exit message might get in the way here. I'm not sure. But we can try this out. Because what else do we have to do? Okay. Okay, we've got our web shell payload. It's here. Let's copy it and let's send it via Burp Suite. Okay, paste it in. All right. Let's send the request. We've got some errors in here. That's fine. Let's try to access the thing on the web app now. So this was called shell. Okay, so it tries to send the goodbye message, but the goodbye message has a bunch of encoded data. So I'm pretty sure that the message isn't going to change if we send different commands via the web shell. It's always going to be U3RR something something. Yeah. Okay, what do you have to say for this? Okay, when we sent the web shell payload and tried to access the endpoint, we got this error message. Okay, so it says here that the error occurs because the exit message was not properly formatted as executable PHP code. The server is interpreting parts of your payload as text rather than code. So, corrected code. I don't know if this corrected code is going to work. Ensured full PHP tags, right? Error handling. Added condition to check for CMD parameter. Couldn't hurt. Yep. Well, let's see if it let's see if it works. Okay, let's get rid of the old and let's put in the new. Then let's PHP the darn thing. Okay. So just for fun, sorry, where are we? The repeater. Okay, paste in the thing. I'm going to make sure that these are encoded. Where are we? Where is that convert selection? Okay. Okay, send this thing. Still gets errors, that's fine. Then on the web application, it's still throwing the same stuff. So if you still get errors, try the more robust version. More robust version. I don't know. Why this? It says why it works. Why it works? Of course it'll work, right? So what was that? Okay, I'll try it one more time. I'll try it one more time. Okay. Let's get rid of this and then paste in the other thing. I wonder why this looks shorter. Okay, so the request. Get rid of the thing, paste in the thing, send the thing. Same thing. Just to make sure, I'm gonna encode these characters before I send it one more time. Okay, send it one more time. Still having problems. Okay, so the other file that we created was the passwords.txt file. I guess they deleted it, or password.txt. Yeah. What is that password function? So the I don't know what the password function is. They reference the password function. Or are we supposed to run the password function? Maybe we're just supposed to hold on. There's no password function referenced in the source code here. Maybe we just need to run the password function. Maybe that's what the intended solution is. Hold on, let's take a look at Burp Suite. So we referenced the password function. Doomtech just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Doomtech, you're now HackerFrog. Have a Nyan cat on me. It's the meme from the past that never dies. Okay, so when we tried to create this shell.php file, call to undefined function password, it says undefined function. So but there's no password function. There's no word. I have no idea. There's no word password in here. So the error messages reference a password function, but it is not. It isn't in any of the code that we sent the application. So the error you're seeing suggests that there's unexpected content being injected into your web shell file. Let's analyze. Okay, so the goodbye hash messages come from the logger's destruct method writing exit message multiple times. The password function error indicates that something is corrupting your PHP code. Most likely the serialized object isn't being decoded or is being modified. Corrected solution? I don't think this is going to work, but okay. Key improvements. File writing method. Change from append to overwrite. Put file contents. Prevents multiple writes corrupting the file. If you say so. If you're still getting corruption, try this minimal version. So this prevents any additional output from being appended. Checked to... Okay, well, I mean, all we can do is we can see if this quote-unquote corrected code is actually going to work. Anyways, let's do the correction one more time. What? Why didn't it copy? Okay. PHP that darn thing. So it says PHP warning, file put contents, failed to open stream. Failed to open stream. No such file in directory temp payload PHP. Okay, I think this might be okay. Let's go ahead and copy this. We got ads running on Twitch. When ads run on Twitch, we also do them on YouTube. And we're just going to stop for a little bit and take a little break. These breaks are necessary to maintain our sanity while we're working on these web app security challenges. Let's put on some birds and take a minute to reflect on what exactly is going on. Hey, there's a Stellar's Jay. I'm going to have a little water break. I'll be back in about 40 seconds. Okay, let's put the birds away, and we've got the code that we're supposed to send as the cookie. Let's go ahead and do that. We were supposed to do this with Burp Suite. Okay, so once again, Burp Suite, paste in the code. Let's convert this stuff. Convert. Okay, let's send it. Alright, the last thing we need to do is we need to check shell.php. Same thing happens. So call to undefined password function password in...
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Carl,
Yes.
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Thank you very much for redeeming the go to hack redeem from South Park using your hacker bytes. Hack a great day. Hack a great day. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I think I'm gonna try going back, and we're gonna try just writing the password again, because this web shell method is not working. So let's go back to just trying to write the password to a file on the web server on the website. When we previously tried to do so, the contents of the file are as follows. And we've got what? Okay, so the duplicate PHP code in your output suggests that the destruct method ran multiple times. Here's how to fix it. So I don't mind that the destruct method ran multiple times. I mind that it didn't give us the actual password. Writes just the password with no PHP tags. Hopefully. If you just want the password without PHP, exit message equals get file contents something something something. That seems preferable. That seems preferable. Hold on. Let's try to write this thing. Okay. Okay, so we want to get rid of this part. We want to get rid of this. Ooh. Hold on. What's my undo button? Okay, let's get rid of all this stuff. And what are we replacing it with? If you want the password, if you just want the password without PHP, this one. Okay, well, we can try that. Ah, okay. Okay. Save that out. PHP the thing. Constant expression contains invalid operations on line 5. We come back to this. Actually, let's cat it out. Okay. We ran this code with PHP and got this error message. Okay, you're trying to call get file contents directly in the class property declaration, which PHP doesn't allow. Yeah, okay. Here's the corrected version, sure. Construct, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. This, I mean, I think we tried this and this didn't work either. But... we got... Yeah, this isn't working. Man. Okay, so... You know what? Maybe we can look up some... insecure deserialization PHP payload. Whoops. Sure, let's do this instead. So payload all the things, insecure deserialization php.md. Let's see if we've got some good code over here. General concept, authentication bypass, object injection. Okay, so finding using gadgets, also called PHP pop chains. Huh, okay. So if we're thinking about the Natas CTF games, usually when we've got some sort of RCE on the system, like what insecure deserialization would be, we would just need to gain access to this kind of file over here. But for some reason, it's just so difficult. The code that is being suggested by the AI here is not super good. Alternate version if you need PHP tags in the file. I don't. Okay, you know what? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the at some labs over here. So we got labs over at portswigger.net about insecure deserialization, and most of the time when there was a Portswigger lab, they're usually dealing with PHP code. So I think I'll take a look at the labs over here. Let's deserialization labs. Okay, so insecure deserialization, apprentice level, modifying serialized objects, modifying serialized data types. So I guess arbitrary object injection and PHP. I've solved these. I don't remember solving these. Oh, okay, well. So the lab uses a serialization-based session mechanism and is vulnerable to privilege escalation as a result. Okay. So since I solved this, I'm just going to take a look at the solution here and take a look at what they're doing for. I guess they're not really writing any code in this case. Hold on, let's go back. So there are some other labs as well. Arbitrary object injection. I think this sounds more like what we're dealing with here. Send the request. The destruct magic method is automatically invoked and will delete something something. Okay, so we've got some. Send a request containing the session cookie to burp repeater. So this sounds kind of similar. Another thing that we could potentially do is we could run some. We could try running some of the functions inside of the source code. So the source code, we got so close. We got so close with this over here. For some reason, password.txt, we were able to write the file, but we weren't able to run the code inside the file. Or run the code and then write it to a file. In this case, the exit message is nothing. The reason why we can't... Okay, I'm going to try one more time to point out that we're getting some errors when we try to run this PHP code here. We run this code and encounter this error. Okay, so the error indicates two issues when running the thing locally. Missing source file. So this doesn't exist on your local machine, only on the target server. Invalid destination path doesn't exist locally. Okay. So since we can't read the files locally, we should generate a payload that will execute on the target server. Not try to run this locally. Just generate the serialized payload. Okay. No local hard. Okay. So what are we doing here? Okay, so the file is going to be this, the log file. We're going to create it. The initialization message and the exit message are okay. All I want is Mealy Man says, "Can you hack with DeepSeek?" This is what we're trying to do. Whether or not it creates good code is another question. Okay. PHP warning. Maybe I should be ignoring these PHP warnings. Maybe we'll just ignore the PHP warnings because the files don't exist. That's fine. What happens if we base64 decode this? No such file or directory is kind of important. Okay, well, I mean, we've got all of the... We've got the proper code in here. Let's see what happens if when we send this. You know what I can't wait to do? I can't wait to, after I finish this level, I can't wait to look at some write-ups. Because there's got to be something I'm missing here. Okay. Let's go ahead and send this thing. Okay, and then let's take a look at the password.txt file. Mealyman says, have you heard of the 4chan hack? Yes, it's all over the news. Placeholder. yeah, the 4chan hack was all over the news. They were running, let's see, some FreeBSD like operating system from 2014. So that hasn't been supported in over like 10 years. So it got to end of life, and they were still using the vulnerable version of the operating system. They're also running some very old and vulnerable PHP code on their CMS, which was also really old. Should have done a NetBSD. Maybe. Maybe. I mean, there's all sorts of stuff they could have done. I thought it was vulnerable PHP. Vulnerable PHP. I think they probably got in through the vulnerable PHP, and it just so happens that they were also running a very old operating system. But it all kind of adds up to not very great security. Okay, so yeah. So we just output placeholder, so that the destruct method is running multiple times. Exit message. So it references exit message over here. In the exit message, we put in our placeholder. I thought it was vulnerable PHP and allowed vibe-coded applications to be hosted there. You know, I don't know. I don't know who was actually doing the administration, who was actually the web administrator for their website. It couldn't. Well, I mean, you know, we were probably dealing with some spaghetti code stuff, like stuff that is like really old code from like 20 years ago. Because because 4chan is over 20 years old. I think it's like 22 years old, and of course they're gonna have some some really old code from way back in, what was it, like 2003 when the site was created, and that can't be good. That can't be good for security. Okay, so what are we doing here? Updating PHP is a pain. Well, I've never really been a developer or like a maintainer. Feral Alias, hello. Doesn't 4chan make revenue though? They have no excuse to not update PHP. Sure they do. Sure they've got an excuse. Their excuse is they don't want to. Their excuse is they don't want to put anything in the budget towards that. The excuse is they're not expecting anything to happen. So that's why they don't update their stuff. And that's why they leave all the security flaws. Let's see. Cybernerd Dante says, Low-Level Learning has a pretty good video about it. Actually, I think I participated in Low-Level Learning's little presentation about it. And that's how I know about the PHP stuff and the operating system stuff. Mailerman says, I've done it before from 5.4. 5.4 sounds very old. I think PHP is on like version 8 right now, isn't it? Yeah, okay. But, yeah, 4chan, 4chan, Oh, man. I don't know. It couldn't have happened to a bunch of nicer guys, I guess. But yeah. Still not. So the exit message is executing. So exit message is executing. 4chan is too kind. Yeah, that's one way to put it. One way to put it. So let's see. The destruct function executes. Where's the exit message referenced here again? Okay, so actually let's run it one more time. If we run it one more time, is it going to append to here, or is it going to replace? Because it feels like it's appending. Let's send this one more time. Okay, and then let's reload this. It's appending. It's appending the code to this password.txt file. Let's report these findings to our boss. And by boss, I mean the AI. Okay, we look at the contents of password.txt, and it looks like the code is appending content to the file, but none of it is the password we're looking for. Okay, so final working solution, you don't say. Payload is being written multiple times and getting corrupted. Here's the correct minimal approach that will work. That will work. Okay. I don't think this is. Anyways, let's do what the AI is saying. Prevents multiple executions. Remove constructor. Single PHP tag. Sure. There's gonna be. Man. Why does it append? Is it like executing only part of the PHP code? It's okay. So what I think is that the exit message is being written to this file over here. Image like /password.txt. What portion? Okay. So plus append to an array. Append to an array. I don't see. Payload is new logger. So I guess log files. I guess log files by default are going to be appended to. So I guess that kind of makes sense, because you don't want every time you're writing to a log file. Yeah. So the code that actually appends to the log file is probably in here. So log file A+. I think this is probably the append. Write initial message to the log file, and it appends. And then I guess the exit message, log file, append. That's what I'm guessing. Anyways, let's save and run this payload. Okay, we got the payload. Let's go back to Burp Suite and put in our new payload. Alright. Paste in the darn thing. Convert this to a URL format. Send this thing. Okay, we've got a bunch of stuff here. Feral Elias, do you have the full version of Burp? No, we're not using the full version of Burp. We don't have $400 lying around, and I don't have an employer to pay for it. Melee Man says this is Natas. Yeah, we're doing Natas right now. Have you done Natas before, Melee Man? Feral Alias, no, this is the community version of Burp. So it's taking this literally. It's not interpreting this stuff in here as code. I've never done Natas, but it looks like fun. I guess it really depends on your definition of fun. You did Bandit. Yeah. Bandit is probably a lot easier to get your... It's... I've done most of the levels of Bandit. I am working on that as well on my channel. Okay, so we've got ads running on Twitch. So when ads run on Twitch, they also run on YouTube. Let's go ahead and give the AI a report. Now the password.txt file has this. Okay, let's take a little water break. Just a second. I'll give you. Let's give you a little bit of birds, because here we go. How about this is a great bird. We'll be back in just a second. Meleman says, I'm stuck on the SSH to SSH portion on Bandit. SSH to SSH, that sounds like, that's like level 20 something, right? I'm pretty sure that's probably like level 24, level 25. Let us know if that's what you're dealing with. Let's put the birds away. What are you trying to... Are you giving up? What is going on here? The issue here is that the destruct method is being called multiple times, causing multiple writes. Causing duplicate writes, okay. Here's a... Oh, you have to make it a PHP file? Oh, right! That makes sense, because... Well, you have to make it a PHP file. Okay. I was just trying to make it a TXT file. So ensures proper parsing, sure. Add file existence check, prevents duplicate writes, use exit instead of die, more reliable termination. Terminate the, generate the payload, K. Alright. Feels like I've created like 52 different versions of this exact code. This is a much larger payload, sure. Okay. Convert this to URL encode, send it off. What do we get in the response? Let's see. Meleman says SSHing into a random port on localhost. SSHing into a random port on localhost level 14. Level 14. I could have sworn I've done that before. Let me take a quick look. You can look away if you don't want to be spoiled. I just need to... I'm pretty sure I've done level 14 already. Ah, okay, okay. We need to send the password for the current level to localhost 30,000. You didn't need to look. Yeah, no, we're not doing SSH. We're doing you're using Netcat. We need to send the password, so you can just NC localhost 30,000, right? And then after that, you send the password. You can actually do this as a one-liner, so you can just echo out the password and then pipe it into Netcat. Yeah, I think I did this on Monday. I went over this level on Monday, but there's the solution for you. This is the only level this is the only level. There's a series of levels that look very similar to this, but this is the only one that uses Netcat. The other ones use stuff like OpenSSL. So this level uses Netcat. The next few levels use OpenSSL for their solution. Just to give you a heads up ahead of time. Okay, so let's take a look at password.php now. Password.php doesn't have anything in it because password.php doesn't have anything in it. Okay, no worries, no worries. Happy to help. Happy to help. Okay, so what was wrong with the payload? Put file contents. So we created the file password.php. I'm not sure if anything was actually written to password.php. Wait. Why does it reference Okay. What am I... God damn it. Just Mozart, hello, nice to see you here. And awesome avatar. That's a lot of fun right there. How about a hack the planet? How about a hack the planet for you, Just Mozart? Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so if file exists, password. It's not supposed to be password.txt. It's supposed to be password.php. Just installed Arch Linux. I feel special. Do you use Arch, by the way? I just want to confirm. If file doesn't exist. Leo Bricks, hello, nice to see you here. If file doesn't exist. Now I can say I use Arch, by the way. Awesome. Let's see. Sigma Gat says, "Hey man, really enjoyed the stream. Gotta head to bed now. Hopefully you figure this eventually. Hopefully. Hello from my new Arch. Hello, Just Mozart from Arch Linux, by the way. Let's see. So Sigma Gat, how about we give you one last Nyan Cat for the road. Have a great night, and we'll see you next time." Okay, so, man. Password, put file contents, get file contents. Put file contents, get file contents. Wait, it should have... I don't think it did anything. Because the PHP stuff, I don't know. If the file doesn't exist, this one, put file contents into here. Let's make a new file. We'll call this password1. Okay. Let's try this out. This so... It's so confident. Let's see. Melee says, I don't know if you can chain file input, some file, file get. That means... file put contents this. File get contents this. I don't know if this is the correct... if that's the correct syntax. I do not use PHP. But I wish I did. I wish I did right about now. Okay. Yeah, check those file names. Check, think procedurally. Procedurally. Okay, put the stuff in place. Run, send the request. Go to password1.php. Okay, same issue. It's either this file is empty. PHP is limited as a functional language and better used as an OOP language. Object-oriented language. OOP? What is OOP again? What is the P in OOP? Let me know. Object-oriented programming. Okay. Right. Okay, that makes sense. This changed to PHP. Let's see. File get contents didn't work. Not putting this in a string didn't work. Try running php.l to lint your PHP. Sorry, I need to get... What is linting again? Programming linting. The process of using a tool to automatically analyze code for errors, style inconsistencies, and potential issues. I don't come from a programming background, so a lot of these programming terms I'm not very familiar with them. So this PHP stuff, this is probably... Use an error log. Error log on the variable, as long as it's a string. So we got the base64. So the last thing we do is base64 encode serialize. Sorry, Leo Brick says, "What got you into hacking?" What got me into hacking? Let's see. I was trying to look for a new career path, and I heard that cybersecurity professionals make a lot of money, and that's what got me interested into hacking. Of course, that's not the right reason to get into something, not just, money, unless you're just a person who is obsessed with money. Melee Man says, I watched Mr. Robot. I watched Mr. Robot before I wanted to get into cybersecurity, and I thought Mr. Robot was kind of boring. But it's a lot more interesting if you're actually interested in the subject matter. But after that, I started watching some YouTube videos. Melee Man says, I wanted to save the world. Save the world. That's a noble goal. Who did I discover? I discovered the Cyber Mentor. And the Cyber Mentor used to... Mr. Robot is real. And the Cyber Mentor used to run these live streams. So I got started with cybersecurity live streams, where the Cyber Mentor would do like CTF boxes. And I watched, and it's like, oh, he's hacking into these computer systems, and I thought that was really cool. So that's what got me into the whole cybersecurity and hacking stuff. But I hope that answers your question. Melee Man says, all his hacks are real, legit. I run Termux, just like in Mr. Robot. Termux? Termux? Hold on. Let me look this up. Mr. Robot, Termux. Huh, F... Oh, wow. F Society is a penetration toolkit inspired by... Okay. You can manage servers with your phone. Well, I mean, I don't know if I would be doing this, but it's interesting to see that people have really taken this stuff and ran with it. Leo Brick says, I like programming from the beginning, and finding out that programmers earn a lot of money just motivated me even more. Yeah. Similar story. Well, I mean, you have to like what you're doing. It doesn't matter if you're earning a lot of money if you hate what you're doing. And I mean, there's always something interesting to learn when you're learning about cybersecurity and hacking. Like whatever we're doing over at this web app challenge. There's got to be something about this code that I'm missing out on. Melee Man says, I hate programming for other people. I mean, that's a job, right? If you're programming as a job, you're programming for other people. Let's see. Drawing unserialized base64 decode cookie drawing. Unserialize. In the payload, we're doing serialize base64 encode payload. New logger. So, is the logger the only thing? Okay, I think the logger is the only thing that's defined, right? Don't tell anybody, but I'll make sure you have job security. What is that? That sounds kind of suspicious, Melee Man. Okay, so we've got class logger. So we've got log file, init message, exit message. So this is all the same as the stuff that we've been playing around with. So we got function construct file. Log file is going to be in temp Natas 26 something 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 dot something file dot log. Okay, so we write the initial message. We got the log function with the message. Function destruct. Exit the message. Show image. If file exists, echo something something file name. Store data. Init message is going to be session started. Exit message is going to be session end. Log file is going to be temp something something dot log. Storing get variables. Storing get variables. Let's see. Leo Brick says, I love working on projects. Yeah, you know what? I think I would really appreciate doing some development work as well. I would like to be able to do some development work, maybe code some web pages or code some web applications and do some testing against them. I think that would be really fun. But I'm gonna have to wait until a little bit later. I've got so many plans that I want to do with the live stream, but all this development stuff, takes time. Making content, testing them is fun. I bet it is. I bet it is. Okay, so write exit message. So open the log file and then append to it. Then write something something. So the only thing we need to do is we need to... Oh. If array key exists, get. So this is something that that Melee Man was pointing out. So the get requests for the x1 variable, x2 variable, y1 variable, y2 variable. Leo Brick says, I've got so many plans, I just want to make a game and build a Teams alternative and so much more. Yeah, I mean, that kind of stuff, it seems like that sounds like a really big project, creating a Teams alternative. But yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely doable if you plan it out. You can access get variables in the URL. So the URL is over here. And these are... Oh, you know what? DeepSeek was telling me about this. But this is like a web shell. X1 equals lol lamau. Well, we could try. Why not? Not that we can see anything. Leo Brick says, bro is not scared to give the Chinese government his info. Well, listen. What info am I giving it? Am I giving it my social insurance number? Am I giving my credit card number? IG is just a... no parentheses. Hold on, where are we? So we're looking for an integer here, but we gave it to string instead. So yeah, if they want my information about cybersecurity challenges, they can have it. It's fine. Okay, so So we have to create this object, right? So this logger thing with its log file, its init message, and its exit message. The logger has to be instantiated. Yeah. So the destruct function is going to write. The destruct function is going to write to a file. So all we need to do is we need to get the log. We need to write the password for Natas level 27 to the log file. We can define the name of the log file because we've defined it over here, and we've gotten it successfully to create a log file with this with these different names. It kind of looks like JavaScript, but it doesn't at the same time. This is PHP. And I guess, well, I mean, PHP and JavaScript, they don't exactly work the same. You know where the password is stored. Yeah, so the password is stored in var etc natas pass natas 27. So we wanted to run this PHP code and get the file contents for this, and then write it to. And let me try editing this into just the bare bones. Okay, so password 1. We'll just call this. Just give it the TXT version. Okay. So the init message is going to be empty. The exit message is going to be. Does it have to be the string? Let's go ahead and. Let's just do file get contents. LeoBrick says, have to get to bed. It's like, let's see, 20 minutes after midnight. All right. Nice to see you here, LeoBricks, and we'll see you next time. Have a hack the planet to send you off. Hope to see you next time.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
So we're just going to do PHP file get contents, this thing. I don't think. Hold on. We have to put all this stuff between the tags. So these tags are over here. These tags are over here, and we just want to write this out to password.txt. Let's save this out and see if we can actually do this. Okay. All right. Something nice and simple. That's all I need. Hold on. Okay. Okay, and then let's take a look at what is in password.txt. It interprets this literally, okay. Okay, let's adjust. So what happens? Well, okay. What if we remove the tags? We remove the tags and we remove the string, the quotation marks. Okay, it doesn't... PHP doesn't like that. PHP doesn't like that. How about... What was the error? The error was constant expression contains invalid operators. Constant expression contains invalid operators. Add-on construct, okay. So Hassan Hijazi, you can rewrite the logger, right? Can we? Can we rewrite the logger? The logger is defined in the code over here. We've got our construct. We've got our construct and we've got our destruct. So I guess we were able to redefine the log file. So I think we should be able to we change it from private exit message to public exit message? Is that what you're trying to say? Check the class definition. So the class definition defines everything as private. So this is all private. But let's see if we're able to pull this off. Go in here. Adjust all this stuff. Okay, so this is actually a much nicer mode inside of Burp Suite, showing all of the new lines and the carriage returns. Anyways, let's send this thing. Okay, what weird error message did we get here? Cannot use object of type logger as an array, blah blah blah. It's still taking this literally. It's writing literal strings. So file get contents. Maybe what we need to do is we need to class logger. Maybe we can just write an extra variable. So function, let's call this function call. So function call is going to be file get contents whatever. The Vault 1999. By the way, about the 4chan hack. Okay, who's the author of that video? If it's low-level learning, I've seen the video already. But let me know who the author of the video is. Thanks to the Vault 1999. Okay, and then an exit message. We're going to make the exit message function call. Yeah, low level, right. It's I guess, yeah, he I think his video is really blowing up, I think, because everybody's talking about it. Unexpected variable, expectant function or const. Function or const. Parse error, syntax error. What I meant to say was that I think your class definition could correspond with the code. Okay. Used a keyword, probably. Function call is a keyword. How about func call? Because that's much funnier. Okay, let's... Man, I'm really cycling through my music today. I'm also running way longer than I usually do. But I really want to solve this level. Okay, let me know if you appreciate this music. It is a banger soundtrack from Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Expectant function or const? Expectant function or const? Let's... okay. Let's just call this fun. How about fun? I like fun. You need to define that as public. Oh. Okay. I don't do... public fun. Public fun, of course. Let's see, add a private or public or private to the variable. Let's see, Asan, you can set that on the construct. We can. So constant expression contains invalid operators on line 3. So, man, we can define it in the construct. If we define it in the construct, can we use it in the exit message? Reference it to use it. Reference it to use it. Or make a new method. Okay. Well, I mean, PHP is not my language. I have no idea how to create classes inside of it. And I'm not really a person who does a lot of class creation in my coding experience in general. But to anybody who wants to give this a try, I'll provide the link and the credentials. Where are we? Here. Overthewire, Natas, level 26. Natas 26 and this is the URL. Grab that. Okay, so we've got the construct. So construct file, initialize variables. Okay, when we were asking the AI to help us write this stuff, when was the last time it was defining stuff in the construct? So they do define stuff in the destruct here. So function destruct. Sharar Gaming, bruh is using bot. Yep, I'm using bot. I don't know how to code in PHP, so I'm trying to get it to help me out with the PHP code. But Sharar Gaming, hello, nice to see you here. Are you interested in cybersecurity? Are you trying to get into hacking stuff? Welcome to the channel. It's either this or spend a lot of time. It's either this or spend a lot of time, like learning the PHP language. So get the AI to help you write some PHP code, or spend a lot of time learning how to do PHP coding yourself. And I just want to finish this challenge. This is what I want to do. Sharar Gaming says, I'm the biggest bot on planet Mars. Biggest bot on planet Mars. Did you choose the planet Mars on purpose? Does that have a significant meaning to it? Let us know about the planet Mars, because I think it's an interesting planet. Anyways, what were we doing? Sorry, didn't mean to knock my mic. So the destruct function here. File put contents, this log file, get file contents. This looks like it might work, but I'm not too sure. Why this version of the program didn't work. Sharar Gaming says, I'll shift there. Shift where? Pajaro88 says, I'm in PHP development and I use bots as well. I'm pretty sure, well, I'm pretty sure that all developers use AI to one degree or another. But you know, you shouldn't be using AI as a replacement for doing your developer job, because that's not how it works. I mean, I'm asking the AI to do some coding for me, and the AI is not doing a very good job. So this is where, if I had some PHP know-how, it would really help me out. But anyways, let's go back to trying to create our PHP deserialization code. Melee says, I can't get the AI to replace me. I can't get the AI to replace me. If only we could. My AI and my best buds, it wants to call me Sage. Okay, so we can... I mean, the exit message here... If file exists, this log file put contents to the log file, get the contents from this directory. This looks like it should work. I don't think it does. So this destruct function over here. We can't get this to run anything. We can't get the messages to run any code. I wish we could. Anyways, let's save the modified buffer. We'll try this out. I don't think it's gonna work. There are no more references to the object at the end of the script. The destruct method, okay. It's a magic method. PHP. So, wait. Was this properly in get file contents? Ah, okay. Okay, let's try. So if this doesn't work, I think I'll call it for the night, because it's getting really late, and something bad happens if I end stream too late. It really affects the rest of my night. Okay, let's paste in that code, and then let's send the request. Okay, then let's go over to this file. It didn't write anything. So the code in the destruct portion here, it didn't go through properly. Etc. Natas webpass Natas 27 didn't go through. It does print out the exit message. Maybe it didn't self-destruct. If it didn't self-destruct, when would it self-destruct? Do we have to wait? Or... the only thing we've gotten it to print out are literal strings. If we put a string in the exit message, then it'll write it to the log file. Whenever double underscore where? And Mozart mixed it. Hello, nice to see you here. Why don't you have a fun Hack the Planet? Wait, why don't you have a fun Nyan Cat? Here you go. Okay, so where is the... So, let's see. Mozart mixed it referenced some sort of double underscore. So the double underscore is the destruct method over here. And the destruct method is a special function in PHP, apparently. I know next to nothing about PHP. Actually, I have seen double underscores in Python class Python class instantiation. I think there was like an init function in Python class instantiation. So that kind of follows that kind of pattern. Okay, let's see if we can find somebody to raid on Twitch. And we should also look for some people at the InfoSec streams. Okay, nobody's online. Nobody's online for InfoSec streams. This is a list of different people who do cybersecurity stuff, and that's the list right there. As far as who's streaming on Twitch, let me take a quick look. It looks like... Yeah, I'm Agent 57. Hello, I'm not even online. Yeah, it doesn't show me as online. I wonder why. That's weird. Am I not in the right category or something? Okay, so I don't... Let's browse on Twitch in the science and technology category and see if anybody's streaming there. The list is lying to us all. True. Oh, I'm in the science and technology category. Okay. Let's see. Seismic monitor. Joe Slick Live. I think it wants the software category. It wants the software category now. It used to want the science and technology category. That's weird. But let's see. Today is before we go. Let's talk about what we're doing on Friday. Oops, Reddit. Our HackerFrogs. Okay, so this is next stream is going to be on Friday. Wait, this date is incorrect. This should say the 17th. But anyways, we're going to be learning about C programming through Codecademy. We're going to be looking at our loops and conditionals, hopefully. Thank you very much for following. Mozart Mixed It, thank you. Thank you for following on Twitch. Thank you. Have a desert frog. The cutest frog in the world. Okay, so on Friday, after we finish our C programming lesson, we're going to be taking a look at some reverse engineering challenges with x64dbg, because there was a person who came in here and asked me to cover it. So x64dbg is a Windows debugger, and we're going to be taking a look at some picoctf reversing challenges using that. The last thing we're going to do is we're going to be doing some Windows hacking with the Black Gold challenge. I finally got around to downloading that thing, which I didn't do last week. But anyways, that's going to be on Friday. Please come on by and learn some hacking and some coding and all that other good stuff. But until next time, we're going to... Man, who are we going to raid? Nobody's around. Okay, let's look one more time. So, let's see. Let's try software and development. Software and game development. Okay, so we've got somebody coding in C and C++. I'm GUI. I'm GUI. That's interesting. Raid Shyhan, I heard he was doing a 24-hour stream today. Well, you heard wrong. You heard wrong. But let's see. We've got some other people who are doing C++ game dev. Man, which one? Which one? How about this guy who's doing C++ game dev? Z.A. Shaw. So let's, when you get there, please type in the chat, OS Frog, like this. Quantum is cool. Okay, where is Quantum? Quantum Apprentice. Let's go ahead and raid Quantum Apprentice then. Type in hip hop hack when you arrive on the channel, and I would really appreciate it. Okay, let's start the raid. Quantum Apprentice. Is that how you spell it? Okay, everybody, we'll see you next time, and yeah, have a great week. And 3, 2, 1, HackerFrogs out.